Okay, so we are live. Uh, how's it going, Colson?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Good, good. Thank you so much for taking the time and coming on tonight. I really appreciate it. So for those of you who don't know Colson, Colson does have a YouTube channel that he's recently started, and there are I just checked, there are a couple of videos there.
Yes,
So
sir.
definitely check that out. And he's said that he's definitely going to do more content or plans to going forward. So subscribe and support him and all that good stuff. But Colson is someone who has been engaged in a lot of like the similar communities that I'm in the Pokemon world. We hang out in a lot of the same channels, a lot of the same chats, Discords, all that type of stuff. But for those who may not know you, why don't you just give like a brief introduction, sort of what you're doing in the Pokemon world, etc., and then we'll kind of get into the
Yeah, sure.
topics. But
Yeah. What's up, guys? I'm Colson. Obviously, my YouTube channel is Colson. That's what I like to be called. So I recently quit my job to do this, like flipping full time. Just doing a lot of grading, like specking in other TCGs, whatever. Um, that's kind of where I'm at in the hobby. I just like kind of took my collection that I had like patiently and kind of carefully built up, mainly Japanese cards, like importing from Japan. Uh, I built it up, and it was at a certain point where I looked at like where I was in for these raw prices and looked at the graded prices, and it's just like, this is stupid. So I've just been sending like everything to PSA, um, and got a bunch back, and I was able to quit my job. It was insane, and now I'm here and doing this like full time. So yeah, that's the hobby story.
so the first topic I wanted to get into, and I think that maybe the best way to frame it, we were talking a little bit before we came on, is how to make this hobby a welcoming place and maybe frame it in sort of the positive. What sort of maybe Colson and I are seeing and other people are seeing in the chat, some things that maybe don't make it the easiest place to be a part of or the most fun place to be a part of. I think some of it's just inherent in Pokemon and collecting cards or anything, and other parts of it have to do with certain content creation, certain behavior and cynicism in chats that I've seen, and sort of like negativity, way people talk to each other. And I don't it's something, so it's I'm Jewish, and it's like Rosh Hashanah, which is the start of the new year. And a big part of the start of the new year is to sort of like reflect on how I've failed, how we've all sort of failed, and ways that we can try to be better, basically. And so, with that sort of theme, I mean, the first thing that I would say is like I definitely feel like at times I've been too negative and too sort of attacky and critical of other content creators, because I was very frustrated with um uh frustrated with opinions that don't make sense to me, frustrated with hyping things up, frustrated with maybe taking advantage of their audience or mistreating or other things I've talked about in the past. And I think that at times I have over exaggerated sort of the negativity or the problems on other places. And I mean, one of my goals this year is to really focus on making this hobby a welcoming place and treating people respectfully, and not letting my like ego get the best of me, not letting my frustrations get the best of me, that type of stuff. But I do think that it's also important to um, call things out or find ways of having discussions about things that we don't like, which I think is also the point of this discussion. So I guess after that ramble, what do you how do you feel as someone kind of coming into it now? What have been some of the things that you've liked in the TCG world, some of the things that have made you kind of want to be a part of this type of stuff, and what are some of the things that maybe you don't like and you wish were different or changed?
I guess okay. I'll start with what I like. What I like, I think coming into the hobby, it's like it is super welcoming if you find and make connections with people. Like maybe it won't be welcoming if you're like on live streams and you see videos. There's maybe some you know not great people saying things or whatever, just being negative. But in my experience, when I came in, I met a lot of really great people online who are all kind of trying to get to the same place as I was, just building a collection, finding out the best and, you know, best way financially to do that. Um, and they were always willing to share their information with me. And I've always been willing to share any information with anyone because, like, I think that's the best part of the hobby for me. It's like if I hadn't have interacted with such kind people that like taught me so much, like who am I to withhold that information from other people? You know what I mean? Like for my own benefit, which I don't, it feels really like egotistical and like me over everyone. I don't really like that way of thinking. Even if it's the, most whatever way, the best, I don't know. But negative things, it, I mean, I don't like I don't like how comfortable people get when talking about like I don't know whether it be on live streams or whatever. I feel like people just go off on their own ways, and I've seen so many content creators like bring in their own personal like politics or beliefs into it, and when you are in a place of like power as a creator that people like come to you and watch you and kind of consume all that you do, your influence really does matter. Like your influence really does have an effect on them. And when you're, going like people will listen to you. If you have a following, they will listen to you. So that stuff kind of scares me. I don't really like when people bring all of that into the hobby. We're supposed to be talking about like actual cards and instead of like what it all gets into. So that's what I'd say probably.
That's interesting. I'm trying to think if I've seen a lot of that. I think for me, like there's sort of there's a thing online that feels to me, it's like it feels this like weird kind of macho competitiveness, trying to be right all the time, then trying to be both morally right and kind of like intellectually right. And it leads to people forming these like camps or ideas rather than people interested in sort of hearing everyone's opinions and sort of being respectful. And these very like, and in the worst forms, it feels like there are people who are talking like they're somehow like moral authorities, like with so much anger and vitriol down to other people. Now, do people say things that make no sense? Do I say things that don't make sense? Are people going to make points that don't make a lot of sense? Sure, right? But there seems to be like some degree of like people are so angry when someone does a misstep or when someone there just seems to be a lot of people right now, a decent amount of cynicism and intensity, that I think it would be good for us all to just work on tampering, like, trying to bring down the intensity of that and the negativity. And I think from the market negativity and the market cynicism and the market talk being very like negative and we're all going to lose our money and no one's going to love this stuff and we all need to leave the hobby, like all of that negativity mixed with the sort of like everyone's a scammer, nothing matters. There's a lot of like nihilistic vibes to me of like nothing matters, everyone's a scammer, we're all crap. Like there's a lot of that feeling, I think, more so than I felt maybe 6 months ago. And I feel like even in the communities that I'm in and a part of, And I guess part of it, I feel like I have a responsibility as someone who has a channel or who some people listen to kind of like go back to like pushing like this should be a fun, safe place. And a safe place in the sense of like we're not like no one here has too big of an ego that they're going to be some moral authority here or that they're going to be some intellectual authority, and that there's room for a diverse amount of opinions, diverse amount of ideas, and we all just really enjoy the cards and want to have fun. And yeah, I think it's been sliding, both due to I think the and this is just one man's opinion. I want to hear your opinion on your chat's opinion. I feel like it's been sliding a little bit, and I think it's both due to the fact of certain content creators, certain channels, certain people in chats wanting and fueling some of that negativity and some of that and then the market negativity and the market cynicism. And I think both things, I think there's got to be some middle ground where like it's good for the hobby to talk about people who are scamming, to try to, but like one rule that I try to live by is you want everybody to succeed. Like if you don't want everyone to succeed, you've lost your way, in my view. Like if you hate someone so much that you don't want them to change into a better person or a better version of themselves and then succeed, like you should take a moment and like self-reflect on like what is going on in your own life that you hate someone so much that you want them to be a bad person and continue to hurt others. So it's the type of thing of like if you see someone behaving in a way or doing something that you don't like, if you see me behaving, and I have lots of flaws and they've been on full display on camera. That's part of being a content creator, is that you as a being are on display, and other content creators have flaws. And it's not like no one is above, reproach or above commentary or above kind of any of that. But do we all want each other to succeed here? Do we all want each other to have fun? Or does it become a situation of tearing each other down? And I don't so much feel like people are tearing me down. Like it doesn't feel so personal. It more feels like there's just a bit in the sort of air and in the comment section and places that I've seen of just a little bit of that like anxiety and irritation. And maybe people are just like having a little bit less fun now. People are a little bit less lighthearted. And I could also be wrong and projecting just interactions I've seen and some things I've seen. But I'd love to hear sort of your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, I think you covered how I feel about content creators pretty well, but I would like to talk about like my experience with like negativity, being like a negative person in the hobby myself at some points. Like I think we could all do like better when it comes to just like arguing about whether evolving skies is going to go up or down in the next 6 months. Like all this stuff, like I just see in my experience with the hobby, there's so many like micro arguments, and people just love to talk about how they feel. They love to argue how they feel, whatever it is. And it doesn't really, I don't think that helps anyone feel like they're having fun when everybody's just kind of coming at each other trying to win, especially like intellectually. When it comes, and I think a lot of it is the money. If that may, like, I really do think a lot of the negativity is from people being scared or stressed about how much they're holding, maybe how much money they've spent and how little they've gotten out of it, depending on how well they spent their money. I think like, I don't know. It's hard when we have a space that is both fueled with collectors and like love of collecting and talking about cards, what sets we like, what arts we like, and then you bring in the investment side and the financial side, and it's hard to like get people to, I think, understand which part of that they like. And I think people are really, I personally think people are really conflicted about like where, how they attach themselves to the cards, whether it be the prices, their motives, or it being the actual physical item itself, the art, whatever it is. Um, I don't know. It's hard because like we obviously don't want to like name drop anyone or shit on anyone else, because we've all been negative at points. We've all had arguments. Um, but for me, I think it comes down to the money. I think people are stressed outside of the hobby and inside the hobby.
Yeah, I think I really do think the money part and people losing money or fearing of losing more money or addiction issues within the hobby or overspending, like I do think has led to a lot of the rise of the drama channels. Um, and I do think the drama channels and people who every single video it's just putting down other people and attacking other people's character just over and over and over again, um, are like getting popular because people are upset and they want someone to blame. Like they're attracted to that sort of negativity because they're in a negative space. Now, a lot of the videos that I've seen have made like valid points about certain content creators that they've talked about or gone after, you know, like but it's the tone and the intensity and then the comment sections and these types of things now like here in our comment section like here on in our Discord and other places like I also feel like I've seen a little bit of an increase like from the last year of like negativity and sort of frustration and being a little bit shorter with each other like they're like and part of that is natural because it comes with like having the same debate a lot of times it can come with like being a little bit bored or being a little this or that. I just think it's always important to kind of reflect and be like are we all doing the best we can in sort of all of our interactions. And it's not that we're saying, as some people are saying in the chat or alluding to a little bit, um, that like it's not. This is not a call to like stop debating or talking or talking with each other, communicating with each other. It's just it's a call to like behave and have those arguments or debates in just like a really respectful way. And those are two very different things, obviously. So I don't know if there's anything else I want to say. I mean, I guess that a lot of this comes from like how are new people coming into the hobby gonna feel and why are they gonna want to be here if they see everyone down each other's throats, if everyone is afraid that everything's going to zero and we're seeing scam topics and conversations all the time when like the vast majority of people here and the vast majority of experiences you can have here and relationships you can build with people don't need to be built around any of that. And I do think that a lot of the popularity of that sort of thing is because of the anxiety in the air. And when people are anxious, they're attracted to anxious, negative content. They're attracted to cynicism and nihilism and these types of things. And so for those out there who are making that type of content, I would just really, again, like it goes back to something I said before. It's like I want every person to succeed, and for every channel and for every person to grow. I would just like implore that they would think about this or at least consider these ideas and think about like what impact they're having on like discourse, and is there a way to have the same discourse around the concerns that they have in the hobby without the like intense, very very sort of like overly exaggerated, intense like negative language. And just as I said before to myself, like I feel like I've been a dick at times and I've been overly negative and I've been overly hard on people. Or even if like my assessments of like something that they've done have been accurate, the way that I went about confronting them or talking to them wasn't helpful. So, and then the last thing to talk about here, Colson, I think, and we were talking about this before stream, but it's like yeah, it's like what makes the hobby fun, and then also this part of like worrying that it's nerdy, right? Or worrying that like people outside of this community or people are gonna like make fun of you or put you down. I literally just in the last few weeks have had a couple of interactions with like family members and other people who like were not super like polite to me about, or like at the very least they weren't like excited. Like they were like,
Mm,
it's like my social work and my real estate stuff like is like a exciting career or something that a smart capable person might do, but being engaged in this hobby or trying to create a business in this hobby is something that like a nerd would do who doesn't have social skills, who these types of sort of that like meanness coming from out of the hobby, even though they didn't say any of those things explicitly. It's sort of like implied in like the different interactions, like one being like very excited for my success in one area of my life and not particularly interested in a success in this area. And I think that it's unfortunate because being successful in this area takes a lot of the same skills and a lot of the same passion um, and and to go to just the yucking people's yums thing again, it's like people are just um, a lot of people don't have hobbies. They don't have things that they enjoy. They don't have passions and they don't have communities that they're a part of that with other people. And so they're going to want to put you down and belittle that or minimize it instead of like trying to find that for themselves and enjoy that for themselves.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. Got a lot to respond. So I don't. I'm gonna say something, and I don't know if it's necessarily the truth, but I feel like myself, people would categorize me as a nerd. I have been into pop culture, video games, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever, my whole life, and that's always been a big part of my free time and my time away from people. It's been a very like private, kind of online only YouTube kind of thing. Like it isn't something I go out with my friends and I don't get together with the homies and open Evolving Skies booster box. Like that's not a thing for me. So, what the point I'm trying to get to is, I think in this hobby, I think you have a lot of people that because of how society treats nerds and nerd culture, they've never felt comfortable or accepted in any environment. Now they found this Pokemon space. They have people who listen to them. They have followers. They have a bunch of little numbers that they can look at on their YouTube or Instagram that make them happy. And I think what comes out of that is sometimes ego can start to develop from there. And when that starts happening, I think that's when you get into these high ground arguments that don't really get anyone anywhere, but they just now they feel comfortable enough in their own decisions, um, in their own lifestyle, in their own hobbies, whatever, that they didn't feel like before. And now that kind of deep rooted, maybe anger or hatred towards the world, other people can come out now. And you're online. You're not going to get smacked by the dude in front of you because he can't do that over a camera. And you're just typing out like there's a lot of layers to the whole online negativity thing, in my opinion. So that's what I would say. That's my thinking when it comes to a lot of it, personally.
I think that was articulated very well. And I do think that, I guess my take on it, and you can even go back to my very first video, because Rafi literally asked me this question, for those of you who know who Rafi is. In our very first video, he asked, like, should we be ashamed of starting this channel? And I forget exactly what I said, but my response was like, and this is really how I feel, like, if you have friends and you have things that you enjoy in life and you have things that bring you some happiness or excitement, Like those are great things that you have. That's what everyone wants to have. That's called a wonderful hobby that you're sharing with other people, and that it's really much less important what you're doing and more that you feel that way about it, which is why I think that this conversation is important, because I do think that the cynicism and the negativity, whether it's like market money cynicism or this sort of like ego cynicism, or putting people down who have like less followers than you, or making things, or making it all about subscribers and size of your collection, like all of that stuff takes the reason that we're all here, right? Out other than the money, because people are
Yeah.
here too. People are here for the business too. But it takes like all the other positive parts out of the hobby. It strips it all out. And yeah, and as you said, I think too, if there are people here, right, who've like dealt with a lot of bullying and like, let's not do that here if we can. Let's be like really kind people and generous and humble and all that good stuff. And I've tried to do that. Going back to that restaurant thing, I've tried to do that as best as possible, but I have my own, I've failed, at times or whatever. So,
Mhm.
but it's always something that, for anyone out there listening to this who, like we've all failed, like we've all gonna have interactions, or we're all gonna do things that are not the best. We're all gonna, and for those content creators, they're going to be more public, and it's never too late to kind of reverse course and start developing some like
Yeah.
better habits and encouraging other people to do the same. So, um, yeah. So anything else you want to say on this, or should we go into like market talk or
Um, Not really. Well, one thing, I think it's funny what you said about you and your personal life. Like you were getting a lot of like positive reactions from your career and what you've been doing there, but you weren't with Pokemon. And I feel the exact same way, but obviously on a much like I'm a full-time college student. I'm 19, so no one expects me to have any kind of full-time job or career right now, but I am expected to pay rent and work a part-time job and do all these other things. Like, so that was like, people were like, oh, you work at Target or whatever, like good on you for doing that with school. But like with Pokemon, it was always just kind of like, oh, he just does that, and that's just like the thing. And now, but once I started opening up with my family about like the business side and where I've gotten, they've all been obsessed with it because it becomes a numbers thing. It becomes a money thing. Like that it's that's what I don't like about talking to people about Pokemon. Why I don't really try and bring it up with many people is because when they hear about it, they just hear, "Oh, how much did you make? How are you selling this stuff?" Like how and that's not like, obviously that's why I'm here as a business, but that's not why I'm in Pokemon. I've been in Pokemon since I've been 4 years old, extremely obsessed and engaged, and that's the only reason I'm able to do anything close to what I'm doing now. Just because of like the deep level of knowledge and time and being alone in a room obsessed with Pokemon for years. Like that's how I'm here at the end of the day. So uh, long rant, but I do think it doesn't help when people outside of this space aren't exactly positive either when it comes to the hobby. So it's tough.
and I think your point is really astute in that you said that then that comes and gets brought into the hobby, right?
Yeah.
So just as you said before, it's like, well, if I don't get that broader acceptance, now I'm going to treat people poorly here. And I think, so I'm a star in this community.
Yeah.
I'm a celebrity in sort of this community, but I mention it outside of this community and I get weird looks, that type of experience that probably some people have. Yeah, it's a reality. Um,
Yeah.
so let's see. what do we got here in chat? Yeah, so if people want to start asking us questions about the market, we're happy to kind of shift the conversation there. There are some people saying things like they haven't seen too much negative interaction. Some people asking us saying, what specific, what specifically we're seeing. Let's see what other people are saying.
I love Basic's one-liners. Basic just like types in like 10 words and it's just like absolute facts every time.
Never allow people to dictate no matter what. Yeah, I mean, I think that for me, your friends and your family's opinions are going to be important to you. And so there's a bit of like an online culture thing of like just shut negative voices out of your life. Have you heard that one?
Yeah.
Right. It's like all the gurus online are going to say to you things like, if someone's negative, cut them out like immediately.
Yep.
Like something that is realistic or isn't going to cause a lot of trauma in most people's lives.
Yeah.
I'm just going to cut out my mother, who's the only relationship I have in my life. Thank you, online guru. I think in reality, it's like that's good, right? Like, but it's everything in moderation. It's like, and then it's also whose opinions do you value, and then how do you also stand up for yourself, when other people are mistreating you, or maybe explain so that they can understand that their reaction's hurtful, in something like this. So it's like, hey, like it actually hurts my feelings that like, I put 15, 20 years, or I put all this work into this thing, and your reaction to it is like it's silly or stupid or negative. It's like that hurts my feelings, and it's like, yeah, like imagine doing that with anything else. I mean, of course, that would. And I do think like, of course, being mentally tough and resilient inside yourself and is like a good thing in life, right? I mean, at times people are going to not enjoy you, not like you, think you're all sorts of negative things, and yet if you can figure out ways of sort of moving on from that and stealing yourself from that and not getting too down by that, like that's a very positive thing. But it's not very simple to just cut off like very near and dear people to you because they don't see things the way that you want them, to. That's the reality of life. So,
yeah.
I remember my mom, to say something personal, and to your point, Colson, about the money, it's the money part that usually gets the like approval, and before that, it's like, what are you doing with your life, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like what's going on? But even that, sometimes it's sort of like, yeah, there's a good way to make money. There's a bad way to make money. And my mom had a reaction of like, she doesn't believe any of it's real, or like, how could people possibly like any of this stuff? These types of reactions. And, so, and she's a lovely person and is very supportive of me, normally, but it comes from a sort of not understanding place. That people like this stuff and that people like pop culture items and IPs. But I'm not sure what else to say on that, but I think it's a normal experience, and I think people can experience it even more, intensely, where they're forced to stop or forced to do something different. So,
yeah. I'm lucky. I had my mom, and she's always been. I actually just had a conversation about this with her, like the same thing a couple days ago, because I was talking about like, oh, people didn't really care, or thought I was wasting my time, or wasting my life, like my other family members or friends or whatever. And my mom was like, well, I never thought that. Like, I always, and she really didn't. Like, she always was like, I like trust you, and I knew that you weren't just like sitting in your room like doing it. And obviously she didn't know I was like hunting for deals or on Bulbapedia or researching like hours and hours every day. But like she'll never understand that part, but she knew what I was doing was at least worth my time. And if I felt it was worth my time, then she like trusted me. And I think that's what's important with people that you're close with. Like they don't need to understand it. They don't need to understand how you make money. They don't need to understand any of it. But as long as they see that it makes you happy and see that it makes you feel better about your life and yourself, I think those are the people to, talk to about it and, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautifully put. For sure. All right, guys. Market money.
Market talk, money.
Well, the first part, 35 minutes. And as far as like specifics, like if you're not seeing any negativity out there and you're feeling positive, like great, right? like
Yeah.
but, I mean, it's a huge space, and it really depends on the comment sections that you're in, on the discords and the conversations that you're in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Jake. Let's get into the serious stuff. Let's give them what they want.
What they want. All right. Start us off, Colson. Where are you at? Where are you at with the market these days? Give us your overview.
Like quick overview or long overview? What do you think? Okay, I'll just go. I think it's super strong. This might be a hot take. I think the prices because I look at like most eras, a lot of WotC, like don't take a Neo card that just went down 50% and say I'm wrong right now. Like don't do that, because I'm not talking about everything. I'm not like, you can't, everything is moving in different ways at all times. That's not like whatever. Because I don't focus on WotC too much, but everything forward I think is like super strong. And I've seen smaller areas within that prices correct to a point that makes sense and is still healthy. Even if it's fallen a lot, I think it's still healthy. Like I look at something like EX era, Diamond Pearl era, Heart Gold Soul Silver era hollows and PSA 9. Those have been really expensive for a long time. Those, like I've seen a lot be in like the 100, 150 range, and you're seeing a lot of them actually get graded. And because most of those cards are hitting nines, if you look at the pop reports, that's what's coming onto the market, and you're seeing them come down to like $50, stuff like that. Just like a large, huge amount of cards that are now seeing. Because I would always talk to my friends. I was like, I'm gonna wait. I think there's more of this like mid-era stuff. I think it's people just need to grade it. Prices just need to come down a bit. Like it's not worth it to send at these high prices unless you're hitting tens, which is like never. So I'm happy I held out, because like I saved myself a lot of money for like nines for collecting English. Because that's what I focus on, like mid-era. Japanese tens, super strong. Japanese nines never have been that strong. And I think that's something we're going to see going into the future, because it's not like English. It's like you look at the English pop of a card, say it's like 10, and there's 10 tens, and then there's like 100 nines. With Japanese, it'll be 100 tens and 10 nines. Like there's just not that low pop rarity. There's not any of there's not as much difficulty to obtain the card. Like it just doesn't have those chase factors when most of the cards that are being graded of it are tens, compared to like a Gold Star Rayquaza or something like that, right? But Japanese tens selling very well. I myself sell and grade Japanese primarily, and my liquidity, I sell things so fast. All my tens sell so fast, and they're usually in like the $200 to $500-ish range. Like that range I found is way more liquid than you'd think. And I think, by putting myself out there on Instagram, making private deals happen, and just working the eBay algorithm, I think it's a good time to sell. It's a good time to like be a business because there's a lot of opportunity right now. And there's a lot of plays you can make. And the prices are still very strong. And I've honestly seen a lot of cards where their pops are going up and their prices are going up too, even in niche, weird Japanese cards. Like, for example, you look at something like the Charizard G Level X. Do you know that in Japanese it's from a half deck? So that card, I don't know the exact numbers, but say it was more close to the 100 mark. And you can Pokemetrics me, like argue with me, say I'm wrong, please. Like I might not be right here, but like the pop was in somewhere in the hundreds, like 100 something, and it was around turning a little bit over $200 a year ago. That card in a 10 because it was a half deck. It was over 100 pop in a 10. And it was from a half deck. Like there were a bunch still on the market. There were a bunch raw mint. Then you look at now that card's over pop 200. And I saw a sale for 600 and it's going in that 5-6, like even though that pop has maybe almost doubled or 50% up in the last year, the demand is strong. The demand is strong for a, Charizard level X, even if it's from a deck. So those are little things I've been seeing. And that was just an example to say like, hey, pops are going up and everyone thinks the market's crashing down or whatever, but this card's actually gone up with more supply coming onto the market, which is, I thought, interesting. And yeah, that's my overall take. I think it's a lot stronger than people make it out to be. And I think it's a lot more liquid, and I think it could get a lot worse than what people are complaining about. Like, this is really not that bad at all.
Did that card when was that card, that Charizard Level X half deck, when was that selling for, you said 200 in a PSA?
Well, I remember I had bought it a year ago, and that was what I comped it at. Like, I bought it for like $50. I was like, okay, I'll buy for 50 or grade for 50, and then it'll sell for around 200 or whatever. Like that. That's how I remember it. It was just on an eBay.
Did you comp it off of a sold listing?
Yeah, it was off an eBay listing.
Yeah. Wow. 200 sounds pretty low. Interesting.
Yeah.
I
think it was an auction, but it was the the sales weren't that far apart. But I'm not really sure. But yeah, just an example.
No, I'm amazed at how much the World's promos are selling for, the staff ones from this year. They're graded copies.
Yeah.
$1,000. And this is not, and those a few years ago would have been $50 each.
Yeah.
$50 to $80 each, and now they're $1,000. So that's a 20x gain, due to notoriety of those cards, people interested in them, and so it is very interesting to track things like that, Japanese half deck, to say, okay, it's very interesting. So clearly, what are the takeaways from that? The takeaways are likely something that, one, like maybe those middle eras people are more interested in them. Maybe people are realizing the English ones are like impossible to get in 10 or really, really difficult and are extremely expensive. I can get the Japanese ones quite a bit cheaper. I think there's been quite a bit of growth in Japanese interest in the last year. Because those Level X's really started to peak about a year and a half ago, a year to 6 months, or a year and 8 months or so ago. They lagged a lot of the other stuff. The Level X is really going up in price. And one thing I noticed, I bought some Level X's off PWCC for a while, Japanese ones, because although the English ones skyrocketed, a lot of the Japanese ones stayed about the same price. Even though the Japanese booster boxes, now this is a half deck situation, but the Japanese booster boxes are they're extremely hard to find.
$multi-$1,000 too for those eras. Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe you find more of them. You're definitely on Bai and Yahoo Japan probably all the time. I'm not. So you're probably seeing more of that product. I rarely ever see it on eBay. But for a half deck situation, I don't know, have most of those half decks now come off the market Sounds like you've been studying that card pretty closely. What's this? How much does it cost? How easy is it to get a raw version, and then what? And then how difficult is that to grade? Will be
Well,
my next question.
okay, yeah. Well, obviously, if you look at the pop report, it doesn't look like it's very difficult to grade.
Mhm.
And that's the case for 99% of Japanese Nuback. Um, it's hard to find a card where the 9 pop for this is Nuback, so this is like E series forward in Japanese.
Mhm.
It's hard to find a card where the 9 pop is harder than the 10 pop. They exist. There's a bunch of areas, like say you look at the Delta Species cards, the Japanese print quality was as bad as the English somehow. So those have pretty low 10 pops. Um, the Charizard level X, I don't want to say anything because I haven't looked at deck prices or single prices in a while because I haven't bought that card. But I do remember it was in the I think like the $50 to $100 range, somewhere around there. But you would have to it's not like you're just going to find that mint. You're not just going to pay that price. It's going to be mint. Like you're going to have to hunt and search and comb through dozens of garbage copies, refresh the page every day, just spend time with it, and then you'll be able to, find that card probably.
So I've seen this pattern a few times where the English version of the art, if the English is very difficult to get, the Japanese goes for a lot more.
Yeah.
Right. Now I've also seen the reverse, where if the English is very easy to get, even if the Japanese is quite rare, it's not very expensive.
Yes.
And so we see that a lot with like middle generation into later generation, as well as sort of if you're talking like first edition versus like, unlimited variation, how rare or difficult it is to find from some of like original Nintendo EX era, some sets. And I'm wondering if that will correct itself. I think if that type of thing corrects itself, then you're really seeing the Japanese market getting even stronger, where people are really Japanese collectors, and they're not so much like looking to the English and then saying, well, if the English is this much, then the Japanese should be this percentage of that, which I think is how a lot of people are thinking. It'll be more like, okay, this Japanese item, although it's the same art, is a different card. It's a different item, and it has a different rarity because it was released differently, or the booster boxes that it came in, there was a different pull rate, or it was, interestingly, like the Shinings have had a long time to, I think, experience that, because the Japanese Shinings get really high prices due to the difficulty of pull rate.
Yep.
I've speculated on some Japanese stuff coming up in the next 5 years from various sets, including even modern sets.
Yeah.
Using this sort of idea that I think that and I've also used it the other way, where I've actually sold easy to get Japanese stuff because, based on that English. So that Charizard would be like maybe a seller for me. Although $600 say 10 of only 200 of a Charizard level X in this market does not at all seem like a crazy high price to me. Although when you tell me it was 200, just a year ago, because a year ago is not that particularly a very similar market right now to a year ago.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Like, I'd want to know more about exactly what happened. I mean, sometimes when more cards are graded, the price actually goes up because there's enough now that people are able to actually buy it and level it up, in price. But interesting.
Yeah. I was gonna say something. I mean, yeah, and I could totally be wrong. I'm not. It's like how I prefaced it. Like, this was just like from my memory, but I definitely didn't make it up. Like, that was definitely an auction that happened, and I made my play on that card based off of the prices I saw it going for. So when I would check back in a year after I had sold that card, because I sold that card actually recently, like a couple months ago, for like $375 private sale, because I graded it in a 10. Because I had seen like, oh, like this is like doubled or whatever in the last in the last year. And then I saw like a couple months later, oh, there's a $600 sale. So yeah, I think the overall Japanese 10 prices extremely healthy. A lot of time it can be all over the place. We're seeing people kind of figure out how they want to value Japanese, like you were saying. Do we value Japanese as its as the original? Do we value it as this is better quality? This is the first printing of the card. Do we like it more, or is it like, you know, this I'm buying this because the English is 3,000, the Japanese is 500, because the English is low pop and the Japanese has like 5 times the English pop or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
Stuff like that. Like
that's exactly what I'm thinking about. And as someone like you, I mean, this is your thing, right? Japanese. So this is something I bet you think a lot about. One thing I think is interesting is how some of the Japanese specialty sets, Pokekayun, CP6,
oh yeah,
the Shining Legends variation, like I find it very interesting how much the boxes go for versus the cards inside being fairly cheap relative to the English, where the boxes are much cheaper and the cards are actually more expensive in some cases or the same price. There's a lot of interesting things that don't make sense between Japanese and English. And when I say don't make sense, it doesn't make sense from someone who's like aware of all of that and then deciding. So there's got to be some other motivation going on. Either they're sealed box collectors or they're Japanese collectors who are just super into like a certain few sets, but not into other sets, or into the box but not the cards. A little bit of hard things to understand. So within the Japanese eras, so what do you you don't have to give away all of your secrets here, but what are you looking at these days? What eras are you looking at these days? Where do you think where are some of these things that don't make sense to you as someone who, and I feel confident that you're probably more engaged and more knowledgeable, on these subjects than me these days. What are you seeing? Where, these types of examples I come up with, where are you like, that doesn't make sense. There seems to be something strange there.
Okay. There's a lot. I'm trying to think of the best ones. As many of my peers are very Japanese only, Japanese kind of like, they're very like, Japanese is the best, so much better than English, whatever. I don't feel that way. I don't feel Japanese, just for me, it has a lot more opportunity, and I like most of the cards more. Mm-hmm. My nostalgia lies with like the mid gen, like the EX to Heart Gold Soul Silver part. That's what I like to have in English, and outside of that, everything else I like the Japanese more. Like what I grew up with, I want what I had. Everything else, I like the quality difference. Like once you got to black and white full arts, I guess I'll talk about black and white full arts. Sure, black and white full arts. I don't necessarily think they're like undervalued. If you look at the pop reports, a lot of them are way higher than you think on the Japanese side. They'll be in like the 60 to 80 range for 10s, which really surprises me because you don't see nearly like a fraction of that really pop up on the eBay market. I think a lot of it is like really the raw prices for those cards in Japan are a lot more expensive than here. The demand is a lot more expensive in Japan. So that's like a weird thing I've noticed is that you look at these XY black and white forwards in Japan, there's so much, the raw is really expensive. Whereas in English, in the US, people would be like, why would I pay more for this than the English? Like, why would I do that? And for me, I'd argue the quality is at a level that is like so much better that I understand the Japanese like getting close, because I've seen some Japanese cards get close.
There are Japanese,
I'm trying to think.
Plenty of black Japanese like full art trainers that sell for.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The full art trainers.
Yeah. But when we're talking about the black and white full arts, it's a good era to talk about, and particularly because I have such a hard time finding that sealed product on the Japanese side. Did I lose you, Colson?
Did my camera? Oh no.
That's all right. Take a second. I
No,
guess.
we're gonna go with backup cam.
Okay.
I'm prepared. Backup cam sucks, but it won't make it work.
Okay. So
There
black
we
and
go.
black and white full arts. Um, you think that the prices on those, even though some of them maybe rival English or are getting close to English, the quality, you think that they're still undervalued, or what do you think?
Well, I see a lot of these EX full arts in Japanese sell in the $200 to $300 range. That's what I've seen the going price. And this is me, say, looking at this like a month ago to be specific. So I don't know if there's been any changes. I've seen a couple go for like the 400 range, but that's kind of the average, like solid black and white full art, because almost every one of them is great because it's a legendary Pokemon. It's a
In,
legendary mythical Pokemon.
in a
Like they're
PSA.
all, yeah, I'm talking about Japanese PSA 10s. Um, the English, it's hard because a lot of those English pops are so low. They'll be like 1K plus. There'll be, maybe you look at the Registeel EX from Dragons Exalted. I don't know if it's low pop. It might be. If it is, it's probably expensive. You look at the Japanese, it's probably $150 because it's Registeel. And there's an ample amount of supply for the demand of a Registeel 4 in a PSA 10. Like how high can that card really go? We know Registeel is not a hugely popular Pokemon. Those gold stars are some of like the gold stars kind of show that when it comes to the Reggies. So that's it. That's something I'd say. Like I think Japanese, they look great in the findability, the accessibility, and the affordability compared to English. Like maybe if you were trying to find some of those black and white full arts affordably in English, you'd have a lot of trouble. I think you would for some of those that are like 10 to 20 pop or like 30. I think there are a lot of collectors that are kind of keeping them stuck in their collections, and you see those low pop cards, they're kind of hard to get out of people's personal collections because it doesn't take very many people to absorb that market, right? Absorb that supply. Whereas with Japanese, I think a lot of people go look at, oh, this is $200 and I could just win this on an eBay auction and it's like fine. That looks pretty appealing. Like I think accessibility is really important when it comes to set cards, in my opinion, which is why I think Japanese has something going for it compared to English because it doesn't have the condition rarity. I don't know. It probably has maybe some absolute rarity in comparison, but we're not really sure. We don't really know. A lot of that stuff in those cards, that sealed, those singles, they're probably all still in Japan. Or not all, but like a lot of it is still probably in Japan. But I think it does have like, I think it's really collectible. Like I think it really is. There's a lot of prices where I'm like, okay, I would have bought that if I had seen that auction. Me who never buys slabs, I like never buy tens. I always try and grade everything myself. Um, I think those cards are going to be pretty important in the long term. I think it is. I think the era outside of the Secret Rares and Full Arts, it is pretty void of a lot of exclusive promos compared to like the XY era where you go in the 20th anniversary, the poncho. Like the XY era is insane when it comes to exclusives and promos. Whereas Black and White, it's very kind of slim pickings. And what it kind of has going for it is some of those like trophy cards, those event cards, and then the set cards. With only a couple exclusives, like comparatively. I think just a era with all legendaries. These are the chase cards, like almost all the legendaries that they've created up at that point. The first full arts ever. Full arts are going to be probably the thing moving forward in Pokemon. I can't see them moving away from a card that has an art across the whole card. I can't see them going back to a regular EX. Like realistically, I don't think it's as flashy and as appealing to the modern generations, to kids, and I think they know that. Obviously, I have no idea what their plans are, but that's my take. That's just my thoughts on the whole era in general. and specifically looking at Japanese and talking about English a bit, like I think it's a great era. I think the cards look amazing. The texture is gorgeous. It's the best texture in Pokemon. Um, yeah, the but yeah, I think it's healthy right now. I think it's strong.
All right, I'm gonna grab some questions. You ready?
Yeah.
We'll do a little rapid fire. All right, and if you guys want to start asking your questions below, we'll try to go through them as quick as possible. All right, first one. Do we think that the market is in a positive state considering the broader economic problem?
Yeah, I think it. I think considering what the world is going through and all the anxiety with the market, stock market, inflation, other countries are starting to struggle a lot more. Like it, I think the market's doing really well right now for what's happening. I think I did not think we'd be this strong a year ago. I didn't think we'd be at this place where prices are uh, makes a lot of sense to me in a lot of areas. Right. I thought I'd be seeing lower. Or I thought I'd be seeing licks and deals everywhere, but that's not really how I feel. I don't know how you feel, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that I very much agree with like Dan's video today. Those are a lot of my similar opinions. I use slightly different language than him, but very similar. Just that the market's still very strong, and I think we're particularly seeing that in modern. But you have to understand that like the prices in vintage were Looney Tunes, like from my perspective. So even like 80%, 70% decreases on a lot of these things. Like I look at these cards and I'm still like, they're like very desirable to be at those prices. Now, do I also think like there's only 30 of this in the pop, or 20 or 50 or 100 for the whole world? That's not that much. Like you can also think of it that way, and surely that's true, but there's also going to be a lot more of a number of those cards graded over time, et cetera, et cetera. But to answer this question specifically, so I think two things happen generally. I think you have like consumer confidence, which sort of shakes every market immediately. Like when people start hearing headlines and a lot of negativity about recession. And obviously this started over 6 months ago. Although recently we've had a few periods where things kind of got worse. We had a couple weeks where things were a little bit more optimistic. I'm not sure how much your average person listens to all of this stuff, but I think that they're somewhat aware. Your average person hears. There are plenty of people who come up to me on a daily basis asking me like, do I need to like go under a rock? No, all friends, family, all sorts of things, because they know I'm doing like, stock and real estate analysis, et cetera.
Yeah.
Spending my whole day reading all these numbers basically to answer this type of question. So what I would say is first, immediately there's the consumer confidence thing, but I think the real bad stuff lags a lot, which is the bad news. So, and so if things get really bad, what will happen? It's not just going to be fear driving prices down, which is people just like, I have money, but I don't want to spend it. So first, what happens? A lot of cash is taken out of the system and kept on the sidelines, waiting for good opportunities. Okay, so that can be what hits markets initially. But what really stings markets in the long run is if that happens, which then leads to people being fired and companies downsizing, which leads to these layoffs, which leads to actually people not having money to basically pay for anything, mixed with potential inflation. So if you see a stagflation situation, and then you see like the majority of people literally not having money, they will not be putting any of their money into Pokemon cards. And this is not just like their cash reserves on the side because they're waiting for a better deal. I think a lot of people right now are waiting for a good deal. Like they're like, it might go lower, I'm going to be patient, that sort of attitude. Things could get considerably worse, more like what you were talking about. And I think this is true for housing, for cars, for anything like that. I also think hopefully it won't.
Yeah.
But it's looking but it's looking worse. The last couple of weeks were worse than a month ago. Like the data and the Fed's stance is worse than it was. But my take, after doing my deep dives on everything, is that yeah, we don't know. Although what I think was a reasonable chance has now gone to it's very unlikely that somehow we're going to have some sort of soft landing, as people talk about, and that there's going to be, some degree of economic pain. Now, how much have we already experienced versus how much we will? We could have a 2-year recession where jobs actually start getting hit, where they can't curb inflation, and so they still have to keep interest rates high despite the environment where they would usually like dramatically lower interest rates to spur the economy, to spur people's lending money, borrowing money rather. Yeah, we're starting to see it now impact different markets, but there are other markets like the car market, for example, that still hasn't been impacted that much. Now there's also supply chain issues, etc. But we saw some of that in Pokemon too, which has now worked itself out. So that's sort of the environment. But overall, yeah, I initially agree with Colson with the caveat that things are strong now. Things are still looking really good, particularly in modern. But and just as Dan said in his video, the fact that booster boxes are all selling for over $90 is like amazing. It's great. That means just like things are really, really strong. Go take a look at Magic. Go take a look at some of these other card hobbies. They are not faring nearly as well as Pokemon right now. Which just shows you the huge demand. But it could lag and things could get worse. So we shall see. I don't get the hate on investors. Why is it so wrong that we enjoy the numbers aspect? I've been collecting on and off for over 2 decades, so I'm not a real collector because value investing. Yeah, for sure. I think that just as like, I think what we were talking about earlier was that sometimes it feels like that the investing part, or the fact that we're making money, or the fact that like we're smart and have some sort of market savvy and can demonstrate that by like the size of the value of our collection, or the value of like our bankroll, etc., is what non-Pokemon people, the only thing that like non-Pokemon people would find remotely attractive or interesting or worthy of praise are like appreciation of the cards themselves, or of the art, or of the hobby, or the friendships they don't really care that much about, or they think is like a waste of time. But you can definitely take it negatively the other way, which is like hating on someone for loving investing and speculating, and that we also see that. And interestingly, to what we were talking about before, I feel like that comes from within some of like that mostly comes from within the hobby. People who are like, people within the hobby who are like, if you like talking about the market, you must not like the art, which, that sort of thing, which obviously Colson and I strongly disagree with.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I think anybody who's hating on anybody making money in Pokemon just doesn't understand how markets work. I genuinely don't think they understand how these spaces stay alive, how these spaces continue to, thrive and get new people in. I don't think they understand how any of that works. And it becomes well, I'm not doing it, so you can't do it. I don't have a business. You can't succeed when I'm dumping all my money into this and I'm struggling financially. I'm upset, and now I'm venting and getting upset at you. I think that, to be honest, I think that's where a lot of it comes from. And that's not everyone. Some people just really hate the stonkiness of everything, and they really are just so focused on collecting that they, feel a need to be rude to anybody who doesn't feel the same. But to be honest, if anyone came at me and was like, "You're a scalper, you're whatever they would say," it's like, I probably, and this isn't me like flexing or anything, I've literally just been in Pokemon since I was 4 years old, and I've never left. How long do you think I was in Pokemon making zero money, being a complete consumer, a child my entire childhood in Pokemon. Like, if you have anything to say about how I make money, I could care less because I probably know way more about Pokemon. I probably care way more about it than 99% of everybody else. Like, and that's not an ego thing. I'm not proud of that. For years it was like oh, you're a nerd, you're a weirdo. Like, I didn't think this knowledge would get me anywhere. I thought this knowledge was just like, because I was 12, 13, and I was studying set lists and memorizing the different sets and the cards in each set, and on eBay, like finding deals where I could, so I could like open packs affordably at the age of 13. Like, there's so much that goes into each individual in the hobby to where they are now that nobody else sees. Like, nobody will see it, and they'll just shit on you for what you're doing now because of however they feel about it. Like, that's my take. I just
and the reality is, like, Pokemon is a business. The Pokemon company is
yeah.
a business at the end of the day. And so the truth is, if they weren't making money, they wouldn't. They don't make the cards just out of like love, probably. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and because they have so much money and they would continue, I don't know. Who knows? But but the point just being that, like, probably some business needs to exist. Now, to be fair, it doesn't need to be us.
Oh, for sure. It doesn't need to be us.
And so some of the annoyance of the middlemen and the speculators and the investors, I definitely get. If you're someone who, like, I just want to buy my card purely from the Pokemon company and I don't care about its value forever. And I do believe that there are plenty of people out there like that. At the casual sort of like collector or even the hardcore collector who just doesn't care at all about money or finances. Again, it becomes a little bit difficult when, like, unless you're extremely rich, like, you probably need to consider some of this stuff because the cards are fairly expensive. And even if there weren't any middlemen or anything, and Pokemon was able to get those booster boxes to you for $60 a box or whatever, that's still very expensive to like fill out all these sets, So, yeah. But I do think that there are plenty of people out there who are like, I don't want to hear about any of the market stuff. I don't care. I don't want to talk about it. I wish it wasn't
That's
a thing.
fine.
And I think that is fine. But hopefully they are mature enough to understand that there are people who enjoy it and that this is not their hobby. It's everyone's.
Yeah. Yeah, like what makes me happy in the hobby is being able to collect cards that don't really. I'm not spending $100. I'm making $100 and keeping what I want to keep. If you know what I mean. Like, I like it for like I'm just. It's kind of like extra. Like, I'm building my collection. I don't have to take any money from any other avenues I'm doing and putting it into it. Like, that's how I found that it was the only way I could actually collect and enjoy the hobby. So, what, you just want me to leave and not collect a card again because I don't have enough money to do that, like, and feel comfortable about like my financial security? Like, okay, not everyone is doing great financially and has their life figured out. They're not everyone's like 30 years old with a career, with a college degree. Like, there's so many different people engaging with this in all different all different types of lives and living in different economic situations, so, or financial situations. So it's just, I don't know, the hate's just stupid. It's stupid.
I think this is a good comment based on our conversation we were having earlier. Theta says, often the people in the hobby with the largest valued collection have the most pull and respect from others based on that alone, instead of the merit of what they say or what type of person they are. For sure. Now, I do think like there's some degree of like, well, this person has a large collection, so they must know something, which is probably pretty likely, for a lot of people. And I do think that there's some degree of people who have been here a long time. I think like there's some degree of like it's nice to respect those people for being here a long time and for like being here when it wasn't as popular and like helping to build some of the infrastructure is the way I would put it, whether it's like YouTube infrastructure, E4, building out E4, like building out certain, places, right? But like that doesn't mean like that they know the most now about about
Oh no.
any
Yeah.
one thing. Nor does it mean that they're the most engaged. Nor does it mean that they are the kindest, or the people who are the friendly. So there are all sorts of people who are newer with small collections who are extremely knowledgeable in all sorts of areas. I mean, one thing I say in the Discord, like during my my weekly sort of talks, is like trying to like encourage people to be like, and Colson probably doesn't need this encouragement, but like, but like repeating, what I would say to Colson, it's like, dude, you have been studying these Japanese cards, the numbers, like, trust yourself, you know what I mean? Like, and,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and if someone kind of online with a bigger following, like says something that is the opposite, it's interesting to listen to, but like, do they know the numbers like it? Do they actually have the information? And if you have access to them, you can have a conversation with them, um, so that's why you have to be careful and sort of trust your own engagement, your own knowledge.
Yeah.
But if someone else also has great knowledge and sees things differently, it's obviously very important to take that into account. And then with this question too, there's just the whole ego thing. People just like, I have been here a long time, I have a big collection, so I can crap on people. That sort of vibe. Like, and I deserve more respect, or I can't be disagreed with. Any of that sort of stuff is I think most people feel the same way. It's silly and tiring and annoying.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of just like, I could care less about who has the biggest collection and who, like, I'll listen. I'll listen to what everybody's saying. Cause I always love to listen to an opinion about Pokemon. I always love to talk about Pokemon. But the people who I have the most respect for, which maybe a lot of people in this space have zero respect for, are people like, who I grew up with, which is like Hart, Unlisted Leaf. Like I was literally watching them, and they were the only like content on YouTube for Pokemon cards. Really, like they helped me get into Japanese cards. They helped me get into Pokemon and not feeling like a total weirdo because nobody else was doing it when I was like 12 or 13. Like these channels have been making content for like almost probably a decade now, or at least almost a decade. Like, like Reach just said, primetime Pokemon. Like that guy, I would watch his videos on repeat, like in 2015, whenever it was. And then I'd go out and try and find the same packs that he was opening, the Diamond and Pearl, whatever they were. Like those people, that's the people who have helped build up the hobby and have done it without any financial gain, any incentive for so long. That's who you should respect. Like they have done more for the hobby than anybody could probably ever think of, like really understand.
I agree. Amen to everything you just said. I agree with everything except for the financial gain part.
Oh no. But now they are like reaping the rewards, and I've seen both of them do things now for financial gain that they were not doing, didn't have the platform to do back then. So I totally agree with you on that. But it did start and come out of a place of not that. So if you know what I'm saying.
I don't think that that anyone is a saint.
Oh no.
And I know you don't either. And so the only response I have to that is sort of like some of the negativity that like Leonhardt gets from some people, but PokeRev doesn't get, or like these other, like, it's like, it's bullshit. I'm just gonna say it. And I very rarely swear on the stream. I apologize to kids who are listening. I know families listen to this sometimes. It's now that doesn't mean that like Leonhardt isn't a human being who does cringy things sometimes, or that other people don't do cringy things. But you're 100% correct that like these guys for many, many years, like built up the hobby, built up the fan base, did all sorts of things, and have put so many people who are hating on these people have done nothing compared to literally nothing. And have had channels for many years and haven't been active and haven't had taken the hate or the negativity that these people have. Now, Leonhardt is also, and some of these other people have also like taken lots of money. Like they've made lots of money. They have tremendously valuable collections. Like they buy fancy cars. Like Unleashed Leaf, it's like and I've met Unleashed Leaf in person. He's a lovely guy. I met Ando. Spent a day with him at Rusty's. He's like a super great guy. But like have been very financially successful.
Mhm.
Have had their ego stroked. Have been famous. Get a bunch of people coming up to them. There's all sorts of like we don't need to like pretend that like they're oh my god, they just did it for completely the love of Pokemon, but like they also love Pokemon, have helped build something great that we've done, and we all want to do that. Like everyone here now, I don't want to open packs and have that type of I love to like build something that could get as big as it could while remaining what it is now without like losing its sort of like essence of like us having conversations and stuff like that. I don't know. That thing probably couldn't exist at those sizes. It would just be a nightmare of like of comments and all sorts of craziness. But that doesn't mean that I don't care. And my sense of Leonhardt, specifically if we want to talk about him, is like, I mean, he's been so kind to everyone. Like I've never heard any story of him being crappy to a single person, and it's just like, what are we doing that we're like trying to tear down like these guys? And it's fine to like give slight criticism and feedback. And like, I even agree that Leonhardt made one video where he talked a lot about, his depression and his burnout. He's made a few videos talking about that. And in this video, it did feel very much like he's taking for granted how big he is and how much money he makes and how successful he is, even with getting 40, 50,000 views or 80,000 views on. He was saying how his channel was dying. And meanwhile, there's like tons and tons of people, not so much me because I'm in a different genre of things, but there are tons of people who are like working so hard to produce the exact same type of content as Leonhardt, who are getting like 100 views, 50 views, 10 views a video, and would do anything to get 30, 40, 50. Yeah. So it almost felt like he's lost in that moment. It's like you've lost sight of like how successful you are. And of course, but it shows how YouTube is so much about, if you're going down, if you're not continuing to grow or get more subscribers or get more and more videos, how content creators burn out. And this is true at every level. Like everyone wants that constant growth. And if you're not growing, you're feeling like you're doing something wrong. And so people who don't do content creation don't understand that. And so they couldn't be empathetic with Leonhardt. Now, it is hard to be empathetic with someone who has 2 million followers, 2 million subscribers or whatever, and is like extremely successful. It's just hard for most people to do that. And Leonhardt should know that, right? And I'm sure does as a large content creator to some degree. So I got some of the criticisms on that, but it's like, I'm 100% with you that no matter how much you like a person's personality or this or that, if you care about the Pokemon hobby broadly, I mean, his channel and all the effort he's put into has helped grow it tremendously. Now, did he send primetime Pokemon stuff early on to open on his channel so that he would like get recognition and grow? And did he play the game and did he understand the YouTube game because he wanted to be very big and successful? Yes. And I do think some people hate him for that or dislike him for that. But ironically, like, what do you think like a lot of these guys are doing? They're using their relationships and, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's a bunch of BS, to be completely honest. And it's amazing that people don't see through it, honestly.
Yeah.
But whatever. You and I are two little guys talking about it on the internet. Who cares what we think? You know?
Yeah, I have a lot more to say, but we should get off it, honestly. Like, I'm sure people are just like, uh. Yeah. Yeah. What we got in the chat?
That's from someone who like I'm not watching a ton of Leonhardt's videos because I prefer the
Oh,
market talk stuff. You know
yeah,
what I
me
mean?
neither. Yeah.
But it doesn't mean I don't respect it and respect the man.
Yep.
And there are
Yep.
all sorts of kids today who are having the same experience that you had that he's connecting with. So
Exactly. Exactly.
all right. Is there an opportunity in Chinese cards?
Manny. Okay, I know Manny. Manny's the homie. He's kind of trolling, but maybe not. Yeah, did you hear about that? They are making the TCG for like mainland China, Pokemon TCG. Did you hear about that?
No. What's going on?
So from my I didn't read too much about it, but I believe they are. Well, let me actually clarify. But they are making a. Let me look up on It's on Poke Beach, I think.
They're the best.
Yeah. So the TCG was announced for mainland China. So it'll be printed in that English, which is like the vast majority of China. So Pokemon will finally be printed in that language. What's funny is we've seen the promo and it's like GX, some GX cards, I believe. So they are probably gonna start back there and like make their way back up. We really have no idea, but that I think that's huge. I think that's huge for the Pokemon market, for like a huge part of China to finally be getting the product in their own language. Like China's a massive country. It is what it is. Like that. I think that's. I don't know if that necessarily means all these other Chinese cards in. Like Ava could probably tell you about this. I think she's studying Chinese, but I don't know if that means these other cards in Chinese, whichever different dialect it is, are gonna like, you know, go anywhere. But I always think for the overall like hobby and TCG, this is like a really good thing. So that's my take.
It's just not a market that I follow enough, Manny, to really know.
Yeah.
Is the honest answer. Yeah. So I apologize. I think it goes back to one of these things. Like if you're following it and you see an opportunity and it makes sense to you and you're experienced and you've had success, it's like trust yourself a little bit, but understand that like for new things to happen or to change, it can be very volatile and hard to predict. Like if something has never really existed before, been popular before, what is going to be that catalyst? And maybe this is, as Colson's saying, could be a catalyst. I just don't know. Now, obviously, Chinese first edition base set is like very expensive because they didn't print that much. Like there are examples of where Chinese cards are quite expensive for a variety of reasons, and quite sought after. But broadly speaking, yeah, it could. I know clearly Korean has always really lagged. And I'm not sure Koreans is a whole nother interesting subject in cards and how much they print and what those are selling for and going for.
Yeah.
Some of those boxes have really come up in value from some of the older sets for sure.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you follow it. Yeah.
No. The only thing in Korean I know of is like EV Heroes in Korean, I think, because it was always people would open that to get their fix. Yeah.
Okay. Hitman's Corner says, newbie collector here. Welcome. Glad to have you here. How does one identify an undervalued card? Can it sometimes be as simple as looking at the price of a box and seeing how relative low the price of a hit card? So looking at the relationship between the hit cards and the price of the box, I guess.
There is no. People don't like to hear it, but there really is no one right answer. There's no rule that applies to all. There's plenty of cards where there is a relatively high hit rate of that card and it does really well. Or in the ones that have a low hit rate, it just doesn't have that demand, so it doesn't do that well. It doesn't have that very much liquidity. It doesn't sell very frequently because people just aren't into it. Like an undervalued card to me is what I do when I think of an undervalued card, I look at the card and I look at that card, all the other cards that surround it, whether it be similar promos or similar cards from the same set that probably have, if it's a holo, say from like an E series set, each of those holos are probably all about have the same rarity. I will look at that card's price and I'll compare it. Maybe look at the pops too. That's how I identify an undervalued card. Is you just look at that card and then compare it to everything else around it that has any kind of similarity. Like that's what I do. That might not be the right way, but that's like a very basic thing I'll do without getting like super deep into it.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent answer. Yeah, for someone new, where would I start? There's a lot of information you need to take in, and that's why I'm watching all these types of channels, these types of discussions. I would bring specific questions to us, or to lots of other people like us, and that like if you're interested in like a certain set, bringing a very specific question of like how much do you think that was printed. What's the price history been on that? A lot of that research you can do yourself, but you can also like ask us directly.
Yeah.
But definitely relationships between the box price and the singles. I mean, if you see really extreme differences in that, then you have to figure out why that is. And that could be because the box is a very rare box. It's a low printed box, very low printed box. And that's why the box is so much more expensive than the singles, for example. Or it could be because it doesn't make any sense and something's going to correct. Although that doesn't mean that the cards go up. That could just mean that the box, is going to go down. And then there's all sorts of stuff about like, when we're talking about like the media landscape of why I think something is undervalued. So I think certain things are potentially undervalued because no one ever talks about them, because I tend to think this thing is overvalued oftentimes because I think the demand right now is at an all-time high because it's being talked about by everyone, for example, and that could shift. Okay. Japanese for a long time, I felt like was undervalued because there was a thing in the hobby that Japanese wasn't investable, or Japanese wasn't this, or Japanese wasn't that. People said level X's had no value. Middle generations, there was no interest. People said legendary collection had no value and was ugly and all sorts of things. People said I've heard so many narratives created. And if I hear a narrative created, particularly by a big content creator, and a lot of people are talking about it, and it doesn't make sense to me, I take that as an opportunity to often buy that card. So I would say all of that. And then a lot of it's going to be your own, personal subjective opinion about what's going to be undervalued. A lot of this comes down to what you think is attractive, what you think. Once you have sort of the supply side figured out, then it's about figuring out, what you think that demand side looks like. And a lot of that is going to be sort of your judgment on, do you think people are going to like this card in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years? Do you think they're going to like it more or less or the same? Asking yourself those types of questions. But I think Colson gave a great answer of trying to find comparisons and thinking like, okay, why is this card with the exact same fundamentals, the exact same supply and demand type of fundamentals, is selling for much different than this other card? Why is that? And that's what a lot of it is, for sure. But I will say that, and this is something I've said in Pokemon, that, and part of why I've moved a lot of my resources to other hobbies, is that Pokemon is there's a lot of optimization in Pokemon, and a lot of Pokemon is optimized. I do not look at the landscape today and see things that are like shockingly undervalued. Now, I do see relative undervalue is the way that I tend to think of it. And there are cards going for $200, $300, $400 over here that I think are twice as good as cards going for $600, $800, $1,000. So, but that doesn't mean that I think those $200, $400, $500 cards are undervalued. I usually these days more think the other ones are overvalued, but
yeah,
that's what it is, unfortunately. Yep. Why am I broke? Is it Retro's fault? Yes.
Always yes. He's just going to steal all your plays, and he's going to tank the market on every card you try to sell. Like, yeah, just good luck. Honestly, you'll need it.
base Fossil Jungle raw cards undervalued at the moment? First and unlimited.
Don't ask me, bro. That's all you.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, so dependent on condition. That's
Yeah.
what I'm going for right now. I mean, do I think like gosh, yeah, I don't know. Truthfully, I'm guessing. I mean, I am seeing like a lot of like comments and uncommons from Fossil and Jungle go for like $1 or even less. I think that if you have the time, it's not like a huge value play, but like looking in that market and trying to find some like decent ones that you can potentially grade, particularly if it's of the key characters that might get 9s and 10s. But a lot of that has been picked. There's a lot of garbage you're gonna have to pick through, and the margins aren't that good anymore. They're pretty much non-existent right this moment. Grading prices will have to come down, and a lot of the 9s of those cards are going for $15, $20.
Yeah.
And the margins just aren't really there. It's probably not worth your time to play that sort of game. I would rather play that game on like a buy for like Japanese like mid-generation hollows, which is what I bought a bunch of lots of, and continuing to sell those out and coming back lots of 10s and 9s, and it's just like a much better margin because you're turning like $4 or $5 into like $80 or $60 or $50. Now, does that mean that they're undervalued though? Potentially. The problem is like there's so many of them and it's quite optimized, and I love those cards though. I'll always love them. They're always undervalued. They should be more. They're great.
It's funny because I literally have zero interest in base Fossil Jungle. Like
that's man, you're not a true Pokemon fan. Get this guy.
I know. I guess I'm just not a true collector. Like, I mean, if you don't collect base set, why are you even in the hobby, right? Like, yeah, I have literally zero input because that is the one area that I spend zero time in, and I'm like completely okay with that because there's so many areas that take so much time outside of it. So.
Colson, being in the West and really relying on Japanese singles for your business, do you fear any waning demand on new-back Japanese cards for Westerners, especially if prices come down more on English? I hear Westerners just buying Japanese because it's a cheaper alternative. It's a great question.
We did cover this a bit.
We did,
so yeah, I do. I mean, every day I fear about the market, but if I'm just constantly fearing and I'm not trying to actively make plays, like nothing gets done, I make no money, and I go back to Target. Like what? I'm just gonna stop doing everything because I'm scared. Like, and that's not. I know that's not what you're saying at all. Like in this question, that's just it's. I am fearful that
yes, this is possible, but you don't know how to time that. You don't know what that's going to look like. And I mean, to maybe help you out, like hopefully it's something that you can also, being so engaged, with sense and be able to shift what you were doing, and you wouldn't be caught with just like an unsellable, humongous collection of all this stuff.
Yes, because all I'm seeing right now is strength in the Japanese market. I'm seeing strength in the cards I'm selling. I'm seeing like super high liquidity. Like I'm having zero problems, and I have no reason to think, besides macroeconomic conditions, that the interest in Japanese would falter in the West at this moment. So
yeah, and for me, outside of some examples where there are just some Japanese cards that are selling for extremely high,
for sure.
I actually feel that the Japanese market personally is in a decent spot relative to English, and now I could see it grow or go down, and I don't know, so it's useless. So my opinion's fairly useless on that, but like literally that's where I'm at. I could see a narrative where more and more, like as time goes on, more and more people are like, I love Pokemon cards and I don't care. I don't care about being able to read the card so much. I don't care about having that same English card, and I'm gonna go for the one that like looks the best to me and has the most history and is like the original, and I'm gonna be like a purist and go for Japanese. I could see that happening more and more over time. I could also see a situation where overall demand decreases, and what gets hit the hardest and the most is the stuff that already has the least demand. Because just as Reek's point is, like, if the English gets hit 25% in value, does that hit Japanese? Does that make Japanese unsellable? So, like, for example, like, and if we're taking booster box, but like if some of these booster boxes are going for $60, $70, does anyone buy a $50 Japanese box? Or like, what does that look like in the West? How much of a percentage is that? Does that lower everything? And then how does that trickle down into the singles? It's a great question. And, you know, neither of us know the answer, but I think it's important to think about. But you're also doing like not that much modern stuff, right? You're doing a lot of like
zero modern.
Yeah, I think that you're doing quite a niche thing that it's great that it's going so well. I don't know, like, I'm a little surprised. I mean, I'd be interested to see exactly what, you know, maybe we could talk sometime.
Oh, I'll talk to you about whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Because like that would be good data for me to have, actually.
Of course.
But because liquidity is so interesting in middle generations in general, but then specifically with Japanese. And your point about like 10s versus 9s is something I've noticed too, which is why I've like picked up a decent amount of 9s from some of these sets. Whereas the 10s, the 10s seem to be going for hundreds, where the 9s are going for like $20. I've seen. Even though like there aren't that many graded, there's like 50 total of the card graded across all the grades, which is totally different than English, which shows that there's just not that deep of a demand. There are only people like really going after the 10s right now. Interesting.
Yep. It is.
Yeah, get Coulson over the clubs.
Yeah, enjoy my one video, guys. Go have at it. No, what I'll
hate Mason, excuse me, Coulson, because you only have 2 videos and you're already over 100 subs versus all the people out there who are grinding to get there. He's just cheating his way up.
I mean, a lot of I've been really lucky. A lot of people have brought me on, and I, you know, have talked to a lot of people I've listened to in the space for a year or two now. So I'm really lucky, and you all have been so kind for like promoting my channel and stuff. So,
and I'm just joking. You've put in so.
No, I know.
You put in so. Even though you only have 2 videos, but hobby in general.
Thank you, man.
And you know, I don't care at all about like subs, or I just have people very interesting to talk to. Yeah, if you see anything you want to grab, go for it, by the way. I'm just looking at questions right now.
Ava wants me back on her channel. Okay. Let's make it happen. Yeah, I'm down. And I want to say, if anybody has any like questions, anybody's new to the hobby, like feel free to DM me on Instagram. Like I talk to people like every day asking me whatever.
This one's should I liquidate a portion of my 401k allocation to max out my I-bond purchase for myself and subsequent family members in order to maximize profits through the coming inflation problem? Classic Coulson.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like what I focus on, right? Like that's what but like that's like, what do you want me to say? Like yeah, no, like I know.
Advice. Give that direct financial advice.
Yeah. Probably I'll say probably not.
Is there inflation? I mean, I see it on the news. People don't have money for groceries, and in the same breath, people will buy cards for thousands.
Yeah.
Both things.
Yeah, there's inflation for sure.
Both things are happening.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Okay, new collector here. Nice to have you here, David. What are your thoughts on Evolving Skies going forward?
That's what everyone wants to know, dude. Like I see 10 Evolving Skies questions in every live stream.
Colson has the answer.
Yeah, here's the answer, guys. There's a lot of EVs. There's a Rayquaza. Rayquaza does well. EVs do well. It really just comes down to how much Pokemon decides to be super greedy. Like they obviously, the demand right now, it's really good. If Pokemon doubles the print run, it might not be as probably won't be as good. Like we have no idea what's gonna happen, and that's like where it's kind of at. Like that we know there's a lot of demand, but we don't know if that demand's gonna stick in going into the future because we're going into a new era. We're gonna get new rarities. That's that it is what it is. Like we don't know how much people will care about Sword and Shield until we're 3 years down the road and we look at what the Sword and Shield market's doing. We just don't know right now.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that when attention moves on, you see some stagnation in terms of the price, in terms of moving up. Now, does that
I
mean
agree.
does that mean that it goes down considerably? No, not necessarily. It might be in a decent spot, and even if it gets a reprint, some reprint, which it probably won't at this point, who knows? If we look at Hidden Fates showed that sort of trajectory so far. Price really leveled off once demand waned, once people stopped opening it as much. And I really don't think Evolving Skies is going to be as important of a set long term as Hidden Fates, but I could end up being like super wrong about that, because it is possible that like alt arts just like become like for like the next 10 years what everyone's talking about. I mean, it is possible. So, and in that case, like if Evolving Skies is like the best alt art set of all time or something like that, it could be a very expensive set and could continue to go up. So at these prices, I would not rush into it. I made a couple of videos on Evolving Skies. I made a video on modern investing, which I talked mainly about Evolving Skies at 150 when it was at $150. So this was before the second reprint that crashed it down to 95. And what I literally said in that video was something like, a reprint could come out and it could crash it down to like 95, or a reprint doesn't come out and it goes to 180. And we saw both happen, basically, which is that a reprint came out, crashed down to 95, but then the demand was so great that it pushed it right back up to 180. And now there hasn't been any sets, to my knowledge, that have gone from that in the Sword and Shield block, even like Vivid Voltage, which was at like 200 before the reprint and before like people stopped caring about Vivid Voltage because it didn't have alternate arts and people shifted their focus to alternative arts or whatever, alt arts. That never got to like 300 or 400. Like it seems like there's a bit of like a ceiling-ish thing there. I think I want to say those, like, what did those like Hidden Fates ETBs get to, like 250, 300?
Yeah, for like a very short amount of time, and then Pokemon was just like
rented. Yeah,
like
that data get to that point, but like there does seem to be like a lot of less people are like willing to open right now in this current market and buy boxes that are like above 180, 200. But for some reason, like really popular stuff can get around to that 200 window. We've seen that happen a few times. Take that for what it is. Everything can change very quickly, and you can have outliers very quickly. So anyone who gives you more certainty than that, I would not listen to them.
Agreed.
Strong pass.
Everybody's asking how far behind we are.
At 10:46, so we're 45 minutes behind. Not bad.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
Really? Okay, I didn't know. Holy shit.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna skip bad questions by retrospecs. Just joking. Squeaks in the chat tonight. What's up, Squeaks?
What's up? I need more Squeaks content.
Yeah. For sure.
I love hearing about Squeaks' experience. He's been here for so long. So good.
Squeaks is very bullish on some of the modern stuff right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Reek said, "Can you guys talk at 1.5x speed, please?"
Hey, that's negativity and cynicism. We don't allow that. You're gonna get kicked.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we're slow starters.
I'm starting to catch up a little bit now. I'm at 10:55.
Let's go.
Is it a good time to buy slabs at 25% lower than eBay?
Well, okay. What's so if you buy it at 25% lower than eBay, and what is your intention? You think it's undervalued? You think it's that number's gonna do better for you? That it's gonna be, you're gonna be at a point where, okay, now this is like I'm in 50% of what this card's worth now, whatever. Or is it that I'm buying at 25% so I can flip? Well, on eBay, you're going to be paying like around at least 15% fees. So at the end of the day, and if like your shipping's really expensive, if it's a less expensive item, like say a modern ETB, that you're spending like, I don't know, 10% of the entire sale on shipping. No, that's not, you shouldn't buy that. Well, I guess this is a slab. Still, say it's $4 to ship it and it's $100 slab. That's a lot of money. That's like almost 5% of the entire sale itself. So it isn't really honestly worth it a lot of the times. Like for me, I'll see something go 25% lower than eBay and I will choose not to buy it because I think there's better ways you can spend your money. If you're talking about flipping, if you're investing, if you're collecting, way different. Way different.
Yeah, if I take this question as like buying stuff that I think is good, like really good, really good for your collection, or and trying to be patient and find it like 25% or under in auctions versus buy it now, so that's great general, collecting or like longer term holding, speculating, procedure. But obviously it would greatly depend on the card, whether or not Colson and I would like the price at 25% below. There'd be cards that I would need to like it at like 60% below, and I would flip immediately. And then there are cards that I wouldn't even buy at 60% below right now. Like, for example, like PSA 10 delivery Charizard, I wouldn't even buy it 60% below market because I'd be too afraid that I wouldn't get it and then be able to flip it in time. I probably would, and that'd probably be a good buy, but it would terrify me. I'd also be like, how did I just get this at 60% below? Does that mean that the market has now completely collapsed and the last ones were shilled or whatever? All right.
Not worth the stress.
I'm trying to get as quick as I can here. Thoughts on the long-term trajectory?
Hey, it's not an evolution. It's actually a new species called Wiglet. All right, Charvy. Just to clarify, I know you need some help. So, thanks for your time, pillars of thought. Holy shit.
Let's see.
Did you see Wiglet, Jake?
Yeah, I've seen it.
This is why I love the hobby. It's Wiglet.
Okay, we're starting to... Ooh, it just jumped. Let's see where we're at now.
The chat is crazy. Funny.
Luckily, there aren't that many questions. It's mostly just nonsense.
Yeah.
Let's start buying Korean or Thai. All cards first. Getting into the niches. Oh, he's buying both, clearly. Both are clearly good buys, but which one should he buy first?
Korean.
Jake Smith saying, we're not following the Chinese market. What do we do? I thought we were experts. We don't even know the Chinese market.
Yeah.
Can you rank the Spicy Boys by letter grade? You have until I can find another question.
Okay, Charvy S tier, Retro D tier, Manny is B tier because he's sus. And we're done.
Psyduck and Rally are valued from the Edward.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Come on. This is simple. Overvalued, undervalued, or
perfect. I never cared for the screams, to be honest. I like a little bit of hollow. I like a little bit. You need a little bit of hollow on there. Come on.
There's an overvalued from Coulson right there.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't even know what they're priced at right now. I like the screams a lot. I definitely don't think that they're undervalued. They're either fine or above, I would say. For me.
Yep.
I don't think that they're way overvalued, though. I recently looked at them and I was like, oh, they've come down, and this doesn't seem as crazy to me. I think they're really cool cards. Coulson's completely wrong. Objective.
No, they are really cool, and I think the market No, they actually are really. I'll say this, like I'll say I don't like them, but they are cool. They are cool. No, like I can see the appeal, you know. Like I see why they have value.
They're really cool for others, but not for you.
It's like I don't like base set Charizard, but I can see why people love it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's quite the take.
It's not a take. I'm agreeing.
You don't like base set Charizard. Who is this
I
guy?
like the Stormfront reprint. I'll give you that.
What kind of take is that? That's exactly literally like during the bull height, I had people coming up to me saying that the evolutions Charizard is better than base set Charizard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you right now.
We're like, well, like the evolution Charizard is like much cooler. I'm like, are you?
Okay, I don't agree with that, but
who am I speaking to right now? It was so ridiculous. People's take on evolutions. Who would come? Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen where evolution singles investments have panned out.
Scott did say that at one point that evolutions was better than base set 2. SM Pratt said that he thought it was a better overall set. And I get the argument because it's like it has some of the old and some of the new. It's just ugly. That's the problem with evolution.
It's so ugly.
Yeah.
Base set 2 has the good hollow too.
I know. Base set 2 is so beautiful. And it has the mix of like a lot of my favorite arts from the different sets. So
yeah, I like base set 2 Charizard, if that provides you any solace.
This guy. It makes me more irritated.
I just don't like the WotC original foil. That's why.
Cool guy here doesn't like it.
Yeah, guys, I grew up with mid-generation. Oh, God.
What do you like? What's your favorite card so I can hate on it?
Plasma Lugia full art. Favorite set card, probably.
Plasma.
Can't hate on it. It's tough. Oh, God.
Yeah.
No questions.
It's just a bunch of comments. So many comments.
Yeah.
I'm still 25 minutes behind though. So in where I'm going through everything. Hey, Nesto. Just every time I think it's going to be a real question, and then it's just like it's just Nesto saying like something ridiculous that I can't repeat. I'm like, oh, I found a real question.
Nesto's S tier spicy boy. Just so you know, he's up there. Cheval's is S tier.
I found. Oh, I thought it was really cool. I found celebrations. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice find.
Evolutions boxes are nice.
Sorry, I haven't been making that much content for everyone. I went on vacation and I have a new job now that's just got me like working very long hours. And then we had our like Patreon stuff. But I can definitely promise everyone the channel's not going anywhere. There just might be like every once in a while a little bit less content here and there.
Yeah, school just started for me too. I would have probably had a video out, but I'm really trying to like work on the editing because that I really enjoy. I feel like you guys kind of provide the long form stuff really well, like better than I could. A lot of other people. So the editing is where I kind of want to try and, get people that are actually my age to watch it too. Because I showed my little brother, I showed his friends. He's like, bro, I'm not watching a 40-minute video. And I'm like, okay, well, let me try and pander to younger audiences.
Gotta pander.
I'm doing my part in the hobby, okay, Jake? Pandering. This is my reason.
I'm finally to where we were when we answered Reek's question. Reek responded to it like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. Good response, Reeks. Agreed. Japanese exclusives are definitely my favorites. And like Japanese cards with texture because they just look like you compare an English black and white card to Japanese, it's pretty crazy the difference in quality.
I do think the one thing that I will add, which is not the most hoorah point, unfortunately, but is that if you run a flipping business, it requires you obviously to, as you I think said explicitly back when you were answering this question, you have to keep buying and selling. You have to keep making that profit. And there are going to be environments where that's like not good or like doesn't make sense to do. And really the only winners like eBay and PSA and the companies that are in the auction platforms, other auction platforms. And then you just go out of business. Like it just sort of is what it is. And you go do something else. Now, hopefully like, as long as like liquidity stays good, that won't ever be an issue because there's just so much like, there's so many places to buy that you can always like source things under market and then find other people in the market to buy it at higher amounts. And even if like prices aren't like going up, as long as they're not like incredibly crashing or liquidity doesn't go to near zero, like Coulson will be fine. He'll just like adopt his strategy, etc. Yeah. But it is true that you are dependent on constantly taking action, which is not always the best thing in investing because in investing, there are times when it makes sense to like literally do nothing and wait for more information and keep your cash on the sideline. But you can't do that if you're needing to make profit in order to like pay your bills, etc.
Exactly. Like I've sold so many things that I didn't want to sell or I didn't think it was a good time to sell, but I really focus on like cash flow. That's kind of that's the kind of cards I buy. It's just that's the focus. It's not like I think overall as a flipper and you just if you're doing well and you just keep doing it, you can probably go like very far with that. Than like holding on to some cards that you just feel whatever on. Like there's a lot more times, and I'm not gonna have like the flipper versus investing debate. Like it's so, it's all just like an it depends question, right? But yeah.
It's very interesting. Like back in the boom time, so many people on E4 and like other places, like really experienced people like who've been in the hobby forever, not content creators. I'm not talking about any specific content creators, just like people on the platform, would say things like collectors always make the most money. Like people who hold always make the most money, and all the people who flip, like they like end up selling and then they get priced out of the hobby or they get pushed out of the hobby. And I think that like ideally, like if there are going to be if you feel like things are extremely undervalued or something is extremely rare and extremely difficult to get and it could go up in value hugely, like I felt about pretty much everything that was like pretty decent in Pokemon years ago. There's a reason why I like tried to hold on to every single thing and viewed it as like an investment. If I had been flipping like that whole time, it is possible that the move would have been so quick and so intense that even though I was like making more money on that constant cash effort, that I would have made like considerably less than if I had than just doing exactly what I did. But over a long period of time, you can definitely mitigate that. And there's no telling if we'll ever have another event like that.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. From now forward, I am betting on my flipping than investing because of where I'm at financially and just how I feel about things. I feel like I can go farther within the next couple of years. Like that's how I feel.
Sure. Yeah. And I think if you believe in Pokemon long term, ideally you get to a point where you can start putting some things back. You know, but that comes with doing as much flipping as you can often.
Exactly.
I always liked buying large collections and then keeping the best stuff. That just is what worked best for me. But those are not always available, nor
never.
Often they take a lot of money. Like even now, like I've gotten some good ones but they've been like $10,000 plus because and really I'm just providing a safe way for someone to like exit part of their collection at 60% value, and then I literally flip part of it and then I break even and then I get to keep like the good stuff, like the stuff I really want, basically.
Yeah, I will say all of my lots and large collections I've bought have all been my best plays. They've all done the best for me and I've gotten insane margins from big raw lots that I've been able to grade out myself, Japanese specifically. But I have probably found less. I could count on my fingers how many of those I found in over a year of being like super engaged and searching up specific sets, every set, like sometimes twice a day. Like I was going crazy about it.
Over 6 years for me, I've had 6 of them probably.
For those like 5-figure,
for those like massive ones that ended up like being like incredible home runs.
Yeah.
So
and I've had,
it's not like I'm getting now. I do get contacted somewhat more recently. I've been contacted a lot for trophies. People are like players and video game people are reaching out to me to sell me their trophies, interestingly, and even some lots, and I've been very tempted. But I've never bought a large trophy lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And to go to the point of what, part of what we've been talking about, like I too am like keeping cash on the side right now for sure. And I'm very hesitant. I want to know, I want to get a better sense of where this economy is going. And it's also for me too, because now I'm working in the investment field. It's like I'm a lot more overlapped because if the economy does bad, that can also affect my job and how that will go too. So it's sort of like a bit of a double whammy.
Oh yeah.
Unlike when I was like a full-time therapist, extremely recession-proof. All right, David asked, with PSA and Beckett being pretty pricey, does it make sense to use other cheaper services to save money, or should I just pay the extra money? Another great question by our By David.
PSA or Beckett, great with them. I'm just gonna be honest. If I had sent the cards that I had to CGC, I would have gotten destroyed. I really would. Like the difference, and this is my experience with the difference between Japanese 10s and everything, Japanese PSA 10s and everything under that is so immense that if I had sent all of my 10s to CGC and they got 9s, they got 9.5s, they got 8.5s, I would have gotten crushed. Like I wouldn't have gotten crushed, but like seriously, I would have. PSA, it at the end of the day, it comes down to what type of cards you have. But I am always just like, I'm going to pay up to get the card back faster. That's I value like cash flow, like I said, and I enjoy the premium. I like the premium that they get. They comparatively to like a CGC, because I've seen what my same cards do in a CGC 9 case, and it's honestly terrifying compared to a PSA 10. Like seriously.
Yeah, I think it really depends on where you're coming from and what kind you're talking about here. So, exactly. For example, with Coulson, first of all, Coulson got pretty lucky, I think, and fortunate on his grades, right? You got a lot of time. That doesn't always happen. In fact, these days it usually doesn't. So, okay. So, but putting that aside, okay. With something, just as Coulson's been talking about in this conversation, with some of the more niche kind of like Japanese stuff that he's dealing with, the 10s are getting such a premium over even the 9s. Who knows if there are even people grading them in CGC, and if there are even collectors looking for them in CGC. Like there may even be any sold listing, you know, who knows if they'd even sell. They may not even sell. Now, if you're talking about stuff that is much more commonly graded, like WotC, first edition hollows or something like that, you go online right now. You can see exactly what CGC is selling for, and it is considerably less still. But you can get it back. Not necessarily, well, it depends on the price that you're paying right now, but you can certainly, if you're going for the $22, you're going to get it back much quicker. If you go through CGC, you're going to be paying less, and if you're going to be able to then get your money out of that card quicker and then move on to the next one. So it's why Nick on our Patreon, this month was basically talking about how he's only using CGC right now, and not PSA at all, because one, he got crushed by PSA a couple of times. So part of this would be sort of like your experience, right? Like Coulson did amazing at PSA. People like if those had come back like 8s and 9s and you had paid like,
I would have gotten destroyed.
You could have gotten destroyed, right? And so there's a bit of a risk reward situation, and it completely depends on that and what you're comfortable doing. There's a lot of luck, a lot of randomness, and a lot of chance. But what you want to do, David, is you want to know all of your numbers first, and you want to know exactly, okay, if this gets a 10, how much money will I make? If it gets a 9, how much money will I make? If it gets a 9.5, how much money will I make? If it gets a 9 CGC, how much will I make? If it gets a 10 CGC, and then you'll be able to now Beckett, don't send to Beckett. I'll just tell you, right? If you're trying to get a black label, there's no reason to send anything to Beckett. To send to Beckett. Beckett, okay. Yeah, I can't think of one good reason to send any card to Beckett.
I'll say
to Beckett.
Yeah.
Because there are reasons to send DBZ and Magic to Beckett, but there are different markets.
Japanese Pokemon cards, there's almost no reason not to send to PSA if you're trying to flip it. English, though, like Jake was talking about, English, you get way worse grades than Japanese. Like, you just look at the pop reports. It tells you all that you need to know. If you're looking at, like, anything that's, like, not modern in English, and look at those pop reports and see the difference between 10s and 9s, you are going to get a lot more 9s, usually, on, like, WotC hollows or mid-era hollows or EXs or all this stuff. Like, Pokemon did not print their cards very well. Like, that's no secret. Pokemon printed a lot of cards. English and Japanese is completely different. And graded markets, are completely different. It'll be interesting to see how people value each going into the future.
Do you know the history of player ceremony cards, now called Fanfare? Those are previously called Festa.
That's all you.
You can look these up on Bulbapedia, which is what I would just do.
Yeah.
I've looked these up before because I've been asked about them before, and I used to know but I literally just got my information straight from there. They're cool cards. I like these. You should look these up, Colson. They're cool. But
I think I've seen them.
Yeah. Were they called Festa before? That I have no idea.
So like full arts? Are they the full art Pikachu ones?
Well, the one I'm thinking of is a half art. Well, the Festa ones, so the ones that are like in English as well, like the 2016 one, and then I think those might have the name Festa attached to them if I remember correctly. Let me look.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Pokemon Battle Festa stuff.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about the Battle Festa like 2014, the 20th anniversary Battle Festa, like those Pikachu full arts in Japanese, the exclusives. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, the 2016 one is the one that goes for a huge amount.
Yeah, because that's the 20th anniversary one, right?
I thought the half arts also came in English. I'm completely wrong. I only see Japanese. So the ones I'm thinking of are like the signed ones. There's like a whole set of them. It's like Mew, and it's also from 2006.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I was actually gonna buy one a couple of days ago.
Yeah, they're cool. I really regret that was a mistake I made, not buying more of those. Whatever.
They're really cool.
Yeah, and they were so cheap. Like zero interest in any of them.
I think it was either
out of it because I was like, people don't like these.
It was like $3 or $4 I think the Pikachu went on auction for in a 10. I've seen Pikachu sell around there. Crazy.
Yeah, with stuff like this, like I've looked all of the stuff up multiple times and then forgotten it, and then had to look it up again.
That's just go on Bulbapedia, right? Yeah.
Hobby. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that sometimes.
Yeah. And because the truth is because I'm going into so many other hobbies too, I really have to come back to Pokemon a lot more now. It's like, it's a stupid thing. The information should stay. It shouldn't be replaced by new information, but I really have to go back more, I find these days, to Bulbapedia and look up things again that I hadn't in a while.
I feel that I got into Weiss and Yu-Gi-Oh a bit also. And because I'd never really gone outside of Pokemon. And I come back, and I didn't come back. I never left Pokemon, but I see little things that I used to know, like specific pops that I was tracking, or certain promos or whatever, that I'm like, oh, I have no idea where this comes from anymore. Time to hit Bulbapedia.
Pikachu asks, Colson and Jake, serious question. Thoughts on the $400K price tag for the 97 number 3 that ProShocks has posted? Jake, give me a 2-minute hype on Protocon. No, pass on that.
I really like the 97s, but it's so expensive that I can't even comprehend that much money where I'm at. It's not. I mean, I can obviously, but just it's a lot of money. That's all I have to say. It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if I gave you $400K, you would use that to flip a bunch of cards. You would not buy this.
No, exactly.
This is one of those cards that it's if I gave you $4 million, you probably still wouldn't. You'd probably need 10 million, and then maybe treat yourself.
Yeah.
Type of thing.
Yeah.
One of those you got to be able to afford your collections type of cards. Now, within the trophy realm, sure. It's the 97. It's not the 98. We've seen a number of the 98 sell for quite a bit less, certainly than $400K. It feels probably a little high. The number 3 does happen to be my favorite one of the 3 of them. The little fat guy, the little fat Pikachu. Um,
Yeah, I love that one. So
I'm
good.
not spending 400,000 right now. I can tell you that much. I also don't have $10 million yet.
So that's the bronze, the number 3, right? Like one of the OG Pika trophies. Is it that one?
Yeah, it's the bronze. It's the fat one, the little fat guy.
Was that like a 10 or something? Or
I don't know.
No
I haven't seen it. Which one it is?
because I think I saw a set of those sell. It was either heritage or golden, but I remember one of the big like whales that I've seen, like he bought like all 3 and like 7, 8 PSA slabs for like 430K around
That
there.
was
Is
from
what I
98.
saw.
This is the first year.
Oh, those are 98. Oh, okay.
The same art. You're exactly right. It's the exact same art,
Hmm.
but it's
Okay.
98 versus 97. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same one that like Mark and Radar sold their copy to
Yeah.
what's his name, the DJ guy, Steve Aoki.
Aoki. Yeah.
Yeah, on eBay for like I think it ended up going for like 150,000, even though like I bid like tons of us bid on it and it would have gone higher, but we were all blocked because none of us ever bid. I had never bid over 100,000 on a card before, so we were all blocked. And like, 5 of us. It was
That's funny.
probably never going to bid over 100,000 again. Yeah, these are the only cards that I would bid over 100,000 for, and it's extremely irresponsible for me to be buying them.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
These are the only things I really like these cards. And I don't even know like an insane amount, like not nearly as much as you, but those mean a lot to Pokemon, I think.
Yep. But for now, I'm happy with my World's promo stuff because it's more in my price range.
Yeah.
It gives me a lot of a similar feeling and connection. Obviously, those are really special, but I think that the World's promos are such cool cards. I mean, even at these really high prices, like still they're so much cooler to me than so many other cards that are selling for like $600 to $1,000. That I get it, but I also look at those prices and I'm like, okay. All right. Whoa.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
it is crazy.
Those have 20x in price, and base set Shadowless in first edition now is only like 2 to 3 times off of what it was. You're sort of like, wow.
I mean, it just shows the difference between these exclusive stuff and set cards. Like it.
Rarity.
Yeah. Yep. Oh. 2 weeks till Denver, huh?
Yeah. You're going, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you said you are.
Yeah.
Right.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. If the new era of Pokemon turns out to be a flop, do you see the XY Sword and Shield era to see an increase in demand? Interesting question.
To be honest, I don't. Off the top of my head, if it turns out to be a flop, I don't think that helps anything. I think, to be honest, I think that only hurts the hobby. I don't think demand is like how, okay, this demand is now gone from this era. It is now being like siphoned out to all these. Like that's just not how it works. I think most collectors are very like people getting into modern are probably also going to get into other things through modern. They're not just going to, you know what I mean? Like I think the demand for Pokemon going down, especially modern stuff, will not help any other era. 100%.
Yeah, I tend to have the same response to that. I mean, we could like nitpick and we could say like, well, maybe there's a scenario where like it's good but not amazing, and it's very similar to the past generation. So like it makes people want to continue collecting and finishing their alt arts versus something that's like very different, very new and better that kind of like more replaces it. But yeah, it's I do think that it's kind of inevitable for demand to decrease on these sets. Either way, it's like if they're bad, then like people are just gonna like lose general interest, and if they're good, really really good, they're gonna be putting most of their money into them probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think like you could see the demand increase on those sets over time, but I don't think it'll be because even if the era is a flop, I don't think it's going to be because of that.
I love this comment. I'm crushing it too hard for my friend Kai.
Kai is crushing it. He's not lying.
He's saying, yeah, Nestle's saying that he's crushing it super hard, but his friend Kai needs tips. That's
yeah, basically just
can you save Kai with some tips?
How do I save Kai with tips? So Kai, stop buying damaged mid-arrow watts because they don't sell. All right, let's stop doing that on Bai. What's no, that's all I'm just playing. But I know Kai. Kai's a close friend. Oh God.
Can we skip to the present chat? Oh, we're now
Ava's gone in the present chat.
We're now 36 minutes.
Nice. 9 minutes.
So people
nice.
No, we're 36 minutes behind.
No, like, but we've gone through like 9 minutes.
Nice.
We were 45 minutes.
We just need to lose some more viewers.
Yeah. Good idea.
Pokemon DNA has made an appearance.
There he is.
He says he's tied up though. Come on. Yeah, I was gonna bring DNA and Ava on tonight. We were gonna have a 20 somethings, and not even 20 something with Colson.
I wish I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Oh, yeah. They decided to be demons in the chat today instead of coming on and giving their nuanced opinions.
Let's see. Is it a good time to inherit a fortune? What's the most expensive item you both would consider giving away to the community and why? Okay.
If I was in the place, I mean, I'd try to give. Well, there's just so many ways. Never. Like if I was in the place to give away something expensive, I would want it to be like something serious, not just like, oh, this is to pump up or whatever. But honestly, I'd rather just donate to like a charity or something related to Pokemon that goes to like a charity. Like a card isn't a way I'd try and give back to people, if you know what I mean. Because that'll just affect one person, right?
Good non-answer.
Oh, I forgot what the item was. No. I give away black and white Japanese full arts and PSA 10s to show them.
You could sell it and then give that money to.
Oh, true. Yeah.
I'm still planning on doing this like game show with a few other people where I'm going to be giving away my cards as part of it.
You better. That'll be fun.
Sure how much I'm going to be giving away, but my goal would be like I'd love to give away like $25,000 worth of cards like per season. We've even looked into maybe having it like sponsored in order to like help pay some of the costs. But I would still be giving away maybe $10,000 to $15,000 or something like that.
Sheesh. Damn, Jake.
It's like a goal at some point. Yeah, I feel comfortable doing that. Over the course of like a while, because it'll be like over a season. We'll see. It may end up being less if I feel too anxious about the economy, and I go down on the generosity. But that was like initially the plan. in the long run, I want to do a museum and hopefully like give away a lot of stuff through that like entity, in terms of like maybe we'd have like a store and we'd sell and all the proceeds would go to something like important. Like, I don't know. I have like all sorts of ideas, but in the interim, I just thought it would be cool to do it through a game show, because then people who like earn it would get cards. Like people with knowledge and skill would like win stuff, rather than like just doing like you have to sub to the channel giveaways, which I just don't like particularly.
Are you gonna let me on there? You let me be a chat demon?
Maybe. I think, yeah, one thing we talked about is how we're going to pick people so that it's fair. I don't know exactly how we're going to do that. Probably the first few might just be people from the Discord that we like know are going to be like,
okay, yeah,
like be able to like get through the episode with them. But eventually I would love to just like open it up to like everyone, to anyone, basically, even people that we didn't know.
Yeah, it'd be fun. It's a good idea. We need more fun in the hobby. I think it's a good idea.
I also liked Thrifty's video where she did like rating her collection, like buying and selling or holding. That was a sick video. I think I want to do that. I want to bring some people on to just like,
that was so fun.
Go through something. I think that'd be fun.
It was so fun. There was a big bias of our opinions, obviously, but yeah. I don't know.
Jake's ranking scale is overvalued or not that overvalued. It's been a long time since I looked at something in the Pokemon hobby and I was like, that's extremely undervalued. Sadly. It is what it is.
Yeah. Classics has a question at the top of the chat, but it's a meme question, if I can read that.
Go for it.
He said, what modern slang term can I use in class to make my students cringe tomorrow? I used easy dubs and poggers today and watched my students die a little inside. Okay, so tomorrow you're gonna say sag. Say you're very sag right now if they do something that makes you sad. Say something was bussin', and that'll be your 2 for the day. Good luck.
John Doe says, you think the hobby is more likely to have another dead period or stay consistently strong the next 5 years?
I think $1 million question. Right. I mean, I'd hope that it stays consistently strong in the next 5 years. That's my hope. I mean, I wouldn't be doing this and I wouldn't have scaled like I have if I didn't believe that the market would stay strong for at least another couple years. So I don't really think it's like a dead period. A lot has to happen for a dead period to come. Like we're going to have to see a mass exodus of people for prices to really crash and liquidity go really down. Because Pokemon, like the demand for Pokemon is insane, even outside the TCG. There's so much interest in Pokemon, and there's always been interest, even if it hasn't just been the TCG interest. I don't know. It can totally happen. Like pop reports can totally blow up for some things that aren't as rare as people might think, or macroeconomic situation might just get really bad. But yeah, I think it'll be fine. To be honest, that's my take, I guess. It's also like we have no idea at all.
Speak for yourself, Colson. Come on. Exactly what's going to happen. I'm just not telling anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
Which one do I think is more likely? All right, let me try to answer that. Which one do I think is more likely? Okay, for 5 years in a row, the hobby stays consistently like there's like so we're at the lowest now that we're going to be at over the next 5 years. I'm going to say it's more likely that it goes down, at least parts of it, because of the recession.
I agree.
If I had to pick one or the other, but I'm really praying that this recession that we're like it's not going to be as bad or as long or as deep. I think if that wasn't happening, I think we might already be around the bottom. I mean, we might have been around the bottom 6 months ago, to be honest with you. 8 months ago, things might have gotten lower than they would have. A lot of stuff already because of the fear, just general like market sentiment. There's just no way of knowing. If I had to guess, I would say sure. I think our bottom was last January, if there weren't recession fears. Now for 5 whole years, a lot of stuff can happen. A lot of interest can wane. But I would say we probably would have been pretty solid, and it probably wouldn't have even come down as much as it has now.
The hobby.
That was deep, dude. Deep, bro.
Bro, what do you want me to say? Like, I agree with everything you said. Yeah, just pray for us. Pray for the hobby. That's all you gotta. That's all you can do.
Insanely important question. What happens if PSA ever starts grading Japanese cards as harshly as English?
Oh, my business model is crushed. No, it won't be like, but it would. Yeah, it wouldn't be good for me. It'd be good for Japanese, but
I would say no to this question.
Should I? What Japanese? Car market pretty strong right now. Pokemon market. How's the car market versus the Pokemon market doing right now? Like, that's what we really should be talking about. Like, that's what everybody wants to know.
The card market is still insanely strong because of supply chain issues. And the car market lags, like significantly lags it takes people to generally to lose their jobs and a lot of consumer confidence issues. But the supply side has been so bad with cars.
Mm-hmm.
Most cars right now have 4-month waiting periods to buy. They don't even have enough new cars for the amount of people who want new cars. And so that's really impacting all of the used car market as well. Although we're starting to see a slow shift in the used car market. That's the truthful answer. So actually, Pokemon dealers should probably sell your car. Put it in the Pokemon cards.
My car got stolen in May.
And then in 6 months, buy a new car.
Yeah, my car got stolen in May, and insurance gave me 4 times the value of what I spent on that car. It hurt to buy a new one, but it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you have to buy a new one though? Because that just defeats it.
Yeah, I did, and it completely defeated it. It was painful. Yeah, and that's why it doesn't really matter how much insurance gives me. I would rather have a car than not right now.
Investing never wins.
Well, we know where old Nicholas is at. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely, to take it seriously, I'm not going to pass.
Don't take it seriously.
Should I leverage my home equity to buy steel boxes and lease them to influencers to post? Lease them to just post? Not even to open.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't lease. We should lease. I should lease cards to people.
What are they gonna do? Make a video and oh, Jesus.
Would you ever?
Here's our spot. I said, yeah. I mean, I would love to live in Japan. I'm thinking of doing an exchange program one of these years, one of these summers probably, while I'm in school, because I don't know if I've talked about this, but I'm gonna be I'm focusing on like an international business degree with a Japanese minor. So that's kind of my focus. And so yeah, I'm probably gonna go to Japan, and I would love to.
What do you think the bottom price for sealed delivery Charizard promos will get to? All right, let's go for PSA 10 price.
Bottom 10 price.
Yeah.
Do you want my bearish answer or like
No,
realistic answer?
Your honest answer. Your best guess.
I hate these questions. Like I remember being a viewer and watching you answer these and being like, "Oh, just answer it, Jake. Answer the question." And now I'm here and it's horrible. 100.
Not terrible. I mean, that's like, I'm gonna say that's about what I was gonna say too. I'm gonna say 110.
Yeah. Because like the ETB promo feels like the Champion's Path feels like worse because it's like way easier to grade too. Like the special delivery is probably much harder with the shipping.
I think there's gonna be way more of those too. Way more of the Champion's Path, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
In fact, you know what? 140. I'm gonna change it because I actually think people are overestimating the people's ability to make any sort of take any sort of effort. I think that the majority of people were too lazy to get the code. Although now they can just buy the codes really cheap and then use them as posts and
yeah,
that's what's saving them is all the bots and all the people who like got like 50 codes.
Well, you could be in right if you go on eBay and purchase a code and then spend on Pokemon Center, you'd be in at like $32 is like the bottom price of the raw right now if you didn't get a code.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. It's hilarious seeing what happened with that card. Like they destroyed that card.
I would buy a trophy.
Would you buy my childhood baseball trophy? Yeah, if it's Jake Smith's, I'm buying his for sure. That's historic.
The economy is going to the moon. The line only goes up. Yep. Truth. Let's skip to the present. You are an hour. We're now 27 minutes behind chat, so we're slowly catching up.
Yeah, get rolled, DNA. We're going. We're moving.
Jake, how much will Coulson's signature be on PSA 10 in 5 years? Is it on a card or just like a what are you talking about? Like, is he just going to sign a random piece of paper and then?
Yeah, on a black and white Japanese full art, how much will it be worth in 5 years?
Your signature on a PSA 10, authentic 10, black and white full art will be worth $60.
All right, Coulson, how much money will Jake's signature on PSA 10 go for?
Only Beckett will authenticate nonsense like about our signature.
Oh, true. Oh, shoot. I guess 0 then, because no PSA 10s pop 0. Sorry.
There's been like 7 like conversations about where everyone is staying in Denver, and no one ever answers. It's just people asking and then people saying,
I'm in the Denver hotel, the sponsored one. So say hi if you're there. I'd love to meet everyone. It'll be fun. Just stay at that hotel, so all of us will be in the same place. There you go. Decision has been made.
okay.
Oh, the chat. God. I see Altart Wiglet gonna go crazy.
All right. People are talking so much, I'm not able to catch up. I'm trying to move so fast.
Oh, God.
Let's see. Pokenomics. Hey, Jake, want to start flipping slabs. Is low pop all that mattered? Oh, Marty.
No, Marty.
Yep.
No.
Only thing that matters.
No. You can literally flip anything. It just depends on your cost basis. That is my answer.
Flipping is silly. Invest for the long term.
Yeah, you got $100 in your bank account. Invest. Holy shit. I'm investing in Altart Wiglet. I don't know about you.
Not those ETBs. Laugh out.
So, the ones that were like reprinted, the only one.
Nothing's background is stuff that I grab to open when I need like a hit. So I've got like a bunch of like reprinted ETBs, and then I've got a bunch of like Korean Yu-Gi-Oh! Constantly grabbing.
You probably got those Sun and Moon base ETBs for like $26.
Oh yeah. They were all the permanent reprint.
Yeah. Those crashed.
I think I bought like 30 of them at like a really low, like it might have even been low, like it might have been like $20 or $21 from someone who just wanted to get rid of them. Yeah. And I was like, sure, I'll just take them all. Cause I like that set. It's fun to open. And at $21, like it's fine.
It's funny. The Sun and Moon sealed market, like ETBs, it was so crazy how easily, not manipulated, but easily affected that market was by like a drip of supply. I would see Pokemon Center would have drops where you wouldn't even be able to get the product. And then the ETB would be half the price in a week when just a bunch of flippers are just, botting the site or whatever. Like it was pretty crazy. The demand was not that deep on those.
Yeah. People also like move on real quick. There's like buyouts and excitement, and then just like
it's like who's really going after the Ultra Prism ETB right now, unless you're a big Ultra Prism fan,
Yeah, like I bought these because I like that set, and I like some of the rainbow rares I can pull from it, like the Espeon and the Umbreon and the Lapras and the Sigaleo and the and I just like opening like fairly old stuff, and at $21 is just like, but like I didn't buy them as like, oh my god, like these are gonna go to $200. I bought them at like, if they went to 50, I would sell like 70% of them. and then I would like open the rest, basically. That's like my thinking on them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, who's buying these ETBs for $200? Like, it's crazy.
I would never. There'd be no time in Pokemon's history that I would probably buy that. I mean, maybe like 40. Like we'd have to be like 25, 30 years from now. Like and then like massive increase in popularity of all this stuff for me to like spend that much money on that. Yeah, but people just like spend that like now on like Darkness Ablaze. The prices that Darkness Ablaze got to, those ETBs, I forgot got to the height.
It was like 120-ish, somewhere around there.
Worst set.
So
It's
bad.
so bad. Okay, Darkness Ablaze is the worst set, and yet nobody talks about how bad that set is.
It's literally they tried to remake Burning Shadows and they flopped terribly because they took the two best cards that were going to be in the set out of it and put it in
That's the
Champion's
problem.
Path.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if those had been in there, it would have been a great set.
It would have been Burning Shadows 2 with just a lot more supply.
We'll have you on Pikachu.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna bring out just baby shiny after baby shiny. You guys know that all of these white boxes are just filled with baby shinies.
That's what the hobby wants to see, Jake.
What if I told you guys that all the baby shinies have about like 500 to 1,000 PSA graded? What if I told you I owned like 80% of them?
Oh my god. Oh.
Would you still pay the $10 a month Patreon fee?
No. No. Holy.
No. I own I counted the other day. I own 200 graded baby shinies. And wow. I think I have mostly Charmanders. They're up from where I bought them. They're doing pretty well. And then I have a few random, but not that much, like barely. And I basically only bought Hidden Fates because Shining Fates I was too concerned about the amount and
that set sucked.
The only thing going for Shining Fates is just the amount of baby shinies, but
nobody cares about the Pokemon.
I stopped buying baby shinies because there are just too many of them, and for the foreseeable future, they're just going to be around. But I do think that in 5 years, 10 years, there might be a different tune on those, but it's going to take a long time. We're nowhere near. I mean, even buyouts, like significant buyouts, like would barely move that market right now because there's so many. Like obviously, if someone plowed like $50,000, $100,000 into them, you could certainly move the market a decent amount. But it makes no sense because even if you push them from like $1 to $2 to $5, the pain of selling them all, it just isn't like no one's doing that. Whereas like instead that money is going into like alt arts and stuff like that and pushing those prices up, and then people are flipping them back in. So
yeah, I mean it's just going to depend on it might not, but I think in my opinion, I think it'll depend on what Pokemon does with the concept of baby shinies. Yeah. If they try to make a full Pokedex of baby shinies, or if they completely abandon the concept and this will be a special part of the Sun and Moon era that we never saw again. Like the narrative, it's like you say, like with narratives, like the narrative will completely change depending on what Pokemon decides to do with the rarity.
Yeah. Like I think if Pokemon does well, I'll do well, but I put too much money into them. I regret. But again, it was only I think I ended up putting $4,000 into them. And if I could go back, I'd put 2,000 in them. But at the time when I was buying them, it was before any sort of recession fear, any sort of negativity hit, and I was buying quite aggressively everywhere. But these are the only things that I bought because like the other stuff I was buying was all Japanese original Nintendo EX era stuff. And that stuff is all done nicely, even from then.
Nice.
But if you buy stuff at low enough prices, you know, even in these periods,
always cost basis.
Yeah, stuff is held. Like if you buy stuff at low enough prices and you're not buying stuff that like massive supply continues to hit or like you bought expensive stuff that also massive supply hit, you're probably fine. Nothing's been hit too bad in the last year.
It's like you said, a lot of that Japanese mid-era is actually like in like tens and stuff has performed well over the last like since that kind of December, January bottom-ish. It's done really well.
Yeah.
Comparatively.
And then the rainbow rares I bought, I checked the other day, are flat, basically. So if I sold them, I would take a loss.
Yeah.
But I'm not planning on selling them. So, but they're all selling for about the same price, which is interesting to me. I had mixed feelings about the Sun and Moon Rainbow Rare era now.
Rainbow Rare stagnation.
They're so unpopular right now.
They are. They are.
And I really wonder if that's going to shift or if people are just going to be like the full arts have more color and we just like differences, we like changes, and there's just so many more options now. I think it's possible that they never, they don't catch on like some of the other stuff that everyone said that about. But I've also just seen time, like even just in 7 years, multiple times this exact same thing happen, and then it shifts. And I don't know. We'll see.
I think you'd be doing better too if Pokemon has abandoned the Rainbow Rare concept by now. I think people are super over the concept because these sets are still coming out with Rainbow Rares.
And I only started buying them now, though. And the only reason I was buying them,
yeah, true.
I'm betting on the fact that
That's
people
true.
are negative, which is what I try to do. But I probably have like $6,000-$7,000 on them, so it's a lot.
Sheesh. The Rainbow Rare position.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I'm in a different, it's a
yeah, for sure.
I also view them as a collector.
Yeah, and you said you had like every 10, right?
Not every. No.
Besides the burning. Oh, okay.
There are a few.
Okay.
There are a few but yeah, the burning shadows is like the biggest one that I don't have. But there are a few other. I looked back through. There are a few others that I'm missing. Trying to think off the top of my head. I'm missing the Blastoise Piplup in 10. I'm missing the Reshiram Charizard in 10. I only have it in 9. There were a few others. For somebody who doesn't grade much at all, could we get a video on how to pre-grade your cards before sending them in? Not for me. Probably.
There are a lot of channels that have done that. If you want to look it up, if Jake doesn't want to do that,
I do have a video where I went through a grading pile at one point, and I think talked a little bit about that, like what I look for. But it's so varies depending on the card, right? And I'm down to do it. I don't even know, with my camera quality, is it even worth and I feel like most people here, I mean, if you guys want to know, the first things I look for depends on the era, depends on the card, and different grading companies tend to weigh different things. And I'm also trying to get a handle on what they're doing now. Yep. But usually I start with surface. I start with centering and surface, and I spend extra time on the front. I care a little bit less about the back other than whitening. Generally, PSA, from my experience, doesn't care very much about the centering on the back, but cares quite a bit. And it seems increasingly, in my opinion, I think that they've increasingly cared more about it on the front. In the past, I used to get away with 9s. Now I'm getting 8s sometimes. I got a couple 8s just on centering, just because centering was decently off. And then surface can obviously really, really impact you. Surface, you really need to spend extra time looking. It can be hard to see. You can miss damage there. And then on the back, you can have a few scratches and they don't even care. They're the surfaces are that much, unless they're dense. Dense can bring it quite a bit down. If there's a significant dent, but sometimes there's a borderline dent, borderline scratch. It's is it a scratch, and it can go either way.
It's really tiny. It's really small. That's and at the end of the day, these grading companies take each era, and in my opinion, I think they grade them differently. I think depending on the different defects that each era has, the print quality differences, and then you have to factor all of that in and try and ask people, see how they feel about how they grade, what these companies seem to be harsh on for every era or set or whatever that you're trying to grade. And then you have to do that same thing if you're trying to grade Japanese. Japanese is completely different grading standard than English. And the cardstock is completely different too. It's a different type of whitening and scratching. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of information you need to consume, but I think it's all worthwhile if you're trying to grade your cards.
Yeah, the whitening in particular, very different on Japanese cards.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as the eras, usually a lot of the middle era stuff, if you have a really clean front and you have a little bit of whitening even on the four edges, you can pull a 9.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Whereas like you have basically no chance of doing that if you have
a modern card.
but like,
right.
but I say that, but like, do I really have enough experience to like know that for sure? I mean, it's anytime it can shift from that. I generally have found that to be true, but I haven't even graded that much in the last couple of years because of the grading prices. I've only graded 500 or so cards in the last year now. I have some more coming back, but I have thousands to send still that I'm still waiting for prices to come down. I think I have 8,000 cards to eventually send out. Now, obviously, I am not going to be sending that many out because that'll be so much money that I'm completely uncomfortable with that. But I'm not going to give them just like $800,000 or $80,000, not 800, $80,000 to hold. Like what I'll do is I'll send some, I'll sell some, I'll send some, I'll sell some, I'll send some, I'll sell some, as they go. But yeah, so basically HME that's what I sort of look for in I guess decreasing importance. I do think that people often when people start, and it really depends on the person, but sometimes people like you don't need like a card does not need to be perfect to get a 10 or 9. And I do think that some people are get a little bit afraid to send in, and they should maybe send in more than they are sending in. But I've also talked to people who are like, think every card's perfect and it's garbage. So it also depends on your personality. I tend to be a very very conservative. So for me, like I've sent out like 4 or 5 like shipments from the same collection I bought like years ago, for example, and I'm still getting 10s that didn't make it past my like first 2, things in. That's just like how it works for me.
Yep.
Like my first ones were like 80% 10s, and then the second one was like 40% 10s. The third one was like 20% 10s. That type of thing. So,
yep. Yeah, with my limited knowledge and experience on grading, I mean, I've done really well, and I've pretty much just only graded Japanese. I've graded some English stuff, but that was like my PSA bulk sub from like my childhood-ish collection that I submitted in January 2020. But I've been sending a lot at the 50s and the 30s. I sent at the 18, like 100 plus cards or something. And then I recently tried sending at the 100 tier, and I got my grades in like 2 days, which was insane. I don't know. I have like 85% ish 10 rate so far. I was super strict. I would not buy any card with any kind of whitening when it came to Japanese when I was buying, because I thought that they were super strict. And I've come to find that they are not as strict as I thought.
interesting. I haven't necessarily had that experience. I've
Really?
like Japanese. I've got a lot of 9s that weren't like perfect, but to get my 10s, like all of my 10s feel perfect in Japanese. Perfect everything. And for me, it's much easier to find perfect cards in Japanese or near perfect cards from every era for me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely.
I know, people don't like that talking point, Japanese collectors, and there's to some degree it's overstated because even WotC, like there are a lot of like off-center cards. Like it's a common thing to get something off-centered. As far as like scratching and print lines, just much less of an issue. And the backs are just much more bulletproof. Like it's you will get factory nicks for sure. It's just not as bad though from my experience in English and buying like a lot of raw stuff, but you're always going to find exceptions.
Yeah.
Chavel says, do you lose the urge to jump once you own your grail? Or does it amplify from the lack of chase and realization of it all? I think that if you are looking for some sort of sustained meaning and happiness in cards or in anything like that, you're going to end up pretty depressed, is what I would say. and that you have to have an attitude of to take the question seriously. You do have to have an attitude of like you have to understand like what these things are, and that it's fun and enjoyable, but you should have a loose relationship with it in the sense of like don't put your
Yeah.
heart and soul into physical into anything physical would be my general advice as a human being.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I will say that I've been in those positions sometimes because I just love Pokemon and the IP so much. And I've
Yeah.
spent so much time in it that there were points where I really just did FOMO into some cards, and I thought they would make me a lot happier because, like, oh, this is one of my favorite Pokemon. This is one of my favorite cards. Like, it's going to be so great to own this. And I actually own it, and it's like, well, it didn't make me as happy as I thought it would be because obviously it's just a card, and I have to derive that happiness from not just that card, but other places in my life. And it's not like this card has a happy potion that like it's totally personal. And I found that keeping my collection smaller and very intentional has made me a lot happier of a collector and has made me value what I own a lot more. So.
Mhm.
That's just my experience.
Yeah, I think that's a great conversation. What habits in collecting allow it to be more valuable or to sustain more of that value. But I also think no matter what you do, you're buying something, you're getting a dopamine rush, you're checking a box, you just like understand what you're doing and appreciate it and enjoy it. I think that I also don't think you have to like go the full nihilism and be like, there's no value, there's no joy in like doing activities. It's like having sex, eating, gambling, like all of these things are like enjoyable, pleasure seeking activities, but they're not gonna fulfill some sort of like deep sense of like belonging or some deep sense of like everlasting fulfillment. Like
Exactly.
that type of stuff comes from living day in and day out and doing different things and all a whole combination of things.
I totally agree.
From relationships to work to personal growth to way you treat others to being generous. Like there's all sorts of things, meaningful things. Um, yeah, that's true.
That's such a good comment.
It's a good point.
Yeah, really, really good point.
I'm still 27 minutes away. Oh my gosh, you guys are talking so fast.
They've slowed down a lot now, which is good. So you should be able to catch up.
All right, you have $10,000 you have to spend today, only today, and you can only buy raw first edition Shadowless Hollows or raw Skyrish Hollows. What would you choose and why? Now you're getting a taste of what it's like to be me.
I know, I am. This is I'm not, no advice here, but I really like Skyridge, so I choose Skyridge.
Probably Skyridge because Skyridge tends to grade a lot better, and most of the
Yeah.
pretty good. And I feel like there's a much better chance of like being able to grade them, and then I would flip like the 9s and the 8s probably and keep the 10s. That's my honest answer.
You always cheat these comments. You're always like, yeah, I'd buy this, and then I'd flip some of it.
Here's the thing, guys. I would buy it. I already would have owned it and bought it if I wanted to buy it as a collector. Like I already own it what I want, right? For the prices. So with all of these things, it's always like there's always the financial of like how's it going to help me get that next trophy card I want or that next really low 10 card. Now which ones do I like better? I love both. I can't choose. I base set first edition I love more, I guess. But like I actually think Skyridge is like more beautiful, the hollows, and certainly beyond the hollows. I actually love the commons and uncommons in that set. Even more than a lot of the hollows, to be honest. But base set first edition space set, it's the original. Nothing can ever beat it, right, Colson?
Yeah.
Okay, you're invited back, I guess.
I mean, you're right. You're right. I can't argue.
For a new collector starting out, buying raw cards, ETBs, loose packs, or booster boxes.
I think whatever you find yourself being attracted to the most, like when I first got in, it was a lot more of like, oh, I want to open modern sealed. Like that's what I was interested in. I wanted to like get back into learning all these sets again because I had already known all the black and white and XY and everything before. I had already known all those sets coming into it. So I was like, oh, this modern stuff, it's the craze, whatever. So you gave 4 options, and it's like we can't tell you what the best is. Like you are gonna figure that out for yourself. Maybe you try and experience all of them and see what you like the most, because every collector is different, and there's no right way of collecting.
Yeah, I would. There is a right way. It's buying 10s.
Yeah. Only alt arts though. Only alt art 10s.
Yeah. I'm really into like the Vs, buying the V cards in 10.
The regular Vs. Yeah.
That's the play.
Good idea.
There aren't that many of those.
No, not at all. Low pop.
So what I would do if I were starting again, and I cared about building a really big collection, right? I cared about the money. I cared about the finances. Okay, let's just take it like that. I would still buy some modern product and open it because it's so fun and it'll get you like introduced to that. I just like wouldn't buy that much. So I would probably buy like an ETB or two of probably like, I would buy like maybe an Evolving Skies ETB because it's a lot cheaper than the booster box. What do they go? Are they still cheap, like $40, $50, or have they gone up now because the box has gone up? I feel like they're still cheap.
They're definitely way cheaper on comparatively than the booster box for sure. I would assume.
Maybe I'd buy like one of those. I would probably buy. I buy Battle Styles box or a Chilling Reign box or something that I could get for fairly cheap. And then I would start buying some of my favorite singles probably. And my favorite graded cards, both from the new sets and from the old sets. And I would just go really slow and I would wait for good auctions and I would zero FOMO, like do not rush, take your time. And you want to study your price history. And now if you really want to be like super patient, like I'm not buying any alt arts in this environment outside of like, if I'm getting them in larger collections, which I have gotten a few. Because I just don't buy things when they're this hot, and I would wait. But there's no telling if that's going to work out. And if you really like them, I would buy them. Now, and if you like couldn't live without them, and you didn't have like for me, it's like I can afford to buy them at like 3 times the price. If they get there and they stay there, and I feel like they're more established, I'll buy them then. But not everyone is in that type of position. And so some people just need to like, I'd rather just buy it now. And even if it goes down 50%, at least I have it. And they're cool with that. As far as like, what's going to be your best value, it's going to be for sure buying raw cards.
Yeah.
If you're going to open anything. Yeah. Now, if you're going to keep it sealed or you're going to flip it, there are reasons to buy raw cards. There are reasons to buy booster boxes. It's all about price point. Generally with booster boxes, you want to buy them right after reprints. I would buy the best set right after a reprint, right? So like a buying Evolving Skies at 95, like that's what I would do. And then with similar with ETBs and with raw cards, you actually probably want to wait really long time until a lot of the product is opened, until all the reprints have happened, et cetera, and until as much as possible is on the market. And you want to go on TCG Player and you want to track prices and you want to buy when there's lots of them listed and maybe some of the buying slows down.
I think one thing I wanted to say was I think it's also okay to FOMO just so you know what that feels like. And so you know that doesn't feel like good. Like I think it's good to have that experience as a collector. So like, okay, this doesn't feel good. I'm not going to make this mistake, because I think a lot of people get into the place where they're like, they try and cope with that feeling by being like, oh, actually, this was a good buy. Like, I actually feel good about it. Kind of like caked on top of like a feeling of, So I think just accept all the feelings when it comes to collecting. Don't trick yourself. Don't make yourself think you have to feel a certain way about something just because someone else is telling you should. Like, just be completely honest with yourself. That's what I'd say.
If you had to bet $1 million on these sets that will increase most in value over 10 years in percentage, what sets would you bet on and why? Whew. Perfect question for Colson, who doesn't even do WotC.
Okay, base set first edition, base set shadowless, and base set unlimited.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which ones? Okay. I'm going. Nick, why don't you just answer? It's so easy.
I know.
Okay. 3 WotC sets. Okay. Shadowless.
Classy.
Discovery. And Expedition.
Yeah, I should have probably given real answers, but I'll stick to my guns.
Who the hell knows?
It doesn't really matter.
It definitely doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It actually does. The truth is that people actually listen, but it's understandable that people listen because none of us have any clue. So we're all looking, we're all in the dark,
Yeah.
But like, I do have reasons why I chose those 3, and they're based on price history. They're based on the percentage in which they've retraced. But again, it's very unlikely that Shadowless and First Edition, like, it's probably going to be Shadowless and First Edition would go together, but I have reasons why I think Shadowless is actually even more undervalued than First Edition right now. But only certain cards. So then you get into the details of like what we're actually talking about. Are we talking about sealed? Are we talking about 10s, 9s, raw? You'll never know.
Too much. I hate blanket statements with a passion.
People care more about the arts than I think you thought, Jake. Ray must have no personality. I mean, so my time to like, I've been buying them now in this moment. So I don't think I've like been wrong in the sense that like in 5 years, I'll know if there's sort of like a return to these or not at all, is what I would say. Cause like, that's my thinking. And that's what I've seen. It takes a while. It takes something to age a little bit and a little bit of time from it. There has never been something like everyone hated the primes and thought they were the ugliest things in the world. People hated the level X's. Like it generally rarity, history, and them being important within a time frame is matters. But there may be just too many things, and there may be too many rainbow rares, and there may be too much of it printed that the equation is going to work differently than the primes and the level X's, which really benefited from being like such low print runs. Now those were much easier to pull than the rainbow rares. So I don't know. There's stuff on both sides.
I'd say I'd ask Cameron like, what would you say to like, these black and white in XY full arts that I guess if they're not illustrated, they have like not much personality, if that's the argument, but those are doing pretty well and have always done not always done pretty well, but now they've been doing pretty well for a couple of years. And people seem to like them. Pretty similar.
When gold cards were very expensive initially because they're actually rare and difficult to pull. So from Dragon Majesty and earlier, the gold, including Dragon Majesty, the gold cards.
Yep.
And then they did like tag team, the gold, the tag team all stars, whatever.
Yep.
Gold. and then they started in English, making golds like much easier to get. I mean, even the Lunala and the Solgallia are reasonably hard to pull from base set, Sun, and Moon, but there are quite a bit more of those than earlier, in part because there's a lot more of that set printed. But even those are probably somewhat undervalued. I loaded up on, first of all, I bought a ton of Dragon Majesty. As soon as I saw Generations go up in price, I bought a lot of Dragon Majesty because I thought the same thing would happen. Those packs were like $3-4 each, and then they went to like $25. Same exact thing happened with Dragon Majesty. And I also went after like the gold card from there, and I went after the gold cards, the what are they? The Zekrom and the Reshiram. Thank you. I think those are phenomenal cards. They are very expensive now. They're extremely hard to pull from difficult sets. They're difficult to grade. Those are very, very different, those gold cards, than more modern gold cards. Now they have like tons of promo gold cards, right? Solgallia gold, like they have a number of promos that are really inexpensive. Now I do think like the Charizard, gold card and the Birds gold card, like there's some Japanese ones that, although there are a ton of them, like they're pretty impressive. I'm pretty surprised that it never came to English. I think there's still a decent chance that it might. Though some of those arts, maybe it never will, because now we're clearly out of, it'd be weird for them to like go back and do like a GX, obviously, now that we're way out of that. So you're probably safe. Those are some random rambling thoughts on gold cards, but gold cards are the type of thing that were the chase card in the hobby. Unlisted Leaf's most important cards in his collection were gold cards. The videos that got the most views, what people were most interested were the gold cards. And then they made gold cards crap. Hidden Fates took over, and gold cards were disappeared. And now the gold card, like secret rare golds that are from the sets, are beautiful, but people don't like them that much. They're not that hard to pull, and the alt arts have taken control. That's sort of the story of those, just so people know. And having that history can really help you sort of navigate what are the differences and what is the narrative that might bring back some of those gold cards, and what type of narrative might bring back the new gold cards. I really, really like, from base set Sword and Shield, I really like the Zacian Zamazenta gold cards. I think they're beautiful. They're their first chase cards. Now, the problem is there is a crap ton of those, and there's a humongous amount of that set printed. And, but in a PSA 10, you can get it for like 40, 50, 60 bucks. Like, I just way prefer that to like $600 alt art, like from me, in terms of the value. Yeah. Now, do I think it's a great investment? Probably not. I just think it's a beautiful card for like great value. And I would be more surprised if that one tanked at this point. But listen, demand runs the day with all this stuff, and there's so much of all this stuff that like I wouldn't. It's gambling to speculate on any of this ultra modern stuff, in my opinion, because it's so not optimized. But there you go for that rant. Any Colson thoughts on gold cards? Anything to add?
I loved gold cards when they were, like you said, when I was collecting during like the X and Y era is when I like was really hard into it. Before the boom, because I had taken a break with Sun. I was there the whole way until Sun and Moon. I hated rainbow rares. I like rainbow rares now, but I hated rainbow rares, so I got out gold cards, like the alternate art gold cards, like the Mewtwo's, the Gyarados, the Alakazam, the Gardevoir, the Volcanion. All of those from X and Y.
Yeah, the secret ones. Yeah.
Those
gold cards, but the gold border. Yeah, they are.
Yeah. But then there's also like the Zekrom Reshiram. When I was younger, I was like, oh my god, these are like the coolest cards ever.
Yeah.
And I just bought them actually and graded them in Japanese. The Zekrom and Reshiram golds, and then the Dialga silver.
Yeah.
I bought like all three together, and the sub is actually coming back tomorrow. I wish like it's out. It's gonna be out for delivery tomorrow, but I wish I had it. The Reshiram and Dialga graded 10s. And this is Japanese, and the Zekrom got a 6. So I'm interested to see what sixed me, because they were all from the same guy. But
6.
I know.
Yeah, 6 is not a great grade, even for a grade like that.
No, really bad grade.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
They're
a
good.
fascinating thing. How it's just more examples of like how the YouTube narrative and how like the current thing that everyone's into, and then people just like move on to the next thing, and then is there going to be a resurgence? What does that look like? Very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, we really saw it with the silver cards, like with the silver Dialga and yeah, okay. If you had to choose between being sat on by a Snorlax or splashed death by a Magikarp, how would you go out?
Splashed by a Magikarp. I at least want there to be some semblance of my remains after I die. Not Snorlax
How
death,
many
please.
splashes would it take? It would take infinite splashes. You'd do that forever. I guess you just live a lot longer. You like live a full life.
Exactly. You just have a Magikarp splashing behind you, following you wherever you go till you die.
So you would just die like a normal death then, but it would just be around your whole life, basically, splashing you.
Yeah, which is worse? Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. No, I assume that I'll probably sell most things, so I don't like leave my kids a nightmare. The goal of collecting is not to leave your kids a nightmare of like a bunch of crap they don't want.
Oh God.
Okay, we're catching up, kind of. Okay.
Just gotta keep scrolling.
Yeah, I'm trying to skip a lot of just the nonsense.
There's a lot of nonsense. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Nonsense. Base set is an NFT scam. I'm a master set collector. If you're working on completing a master set, how much product would you rip before you switching over to just buying the singles? What would you do, Colson?
I'd rip 0 product.
Me too. Sorry.
It's if you're really a master set collector, that's ripping it is not the way to go. These modern sets are going to be expensive. They're going to be expensive to the average collector to get a master set. Like it's not worth ripping it. You'll rip through so much garbage that just you won't want and you can't sell for anything.
And if I really if I really wanted to open, maybe you open up 6 boxes or 2 boxes, and then from there, like you'll have like such a good head start. Hopefully that's enough that you've had a lot of fun, and then you certainly will lose money doing that, but you'll lose way less than obviously trying to rip the entire set. Myself, like I rarely open, very, very rarely open, unless I'm at Dan's house.
Yeah, that's where you get your your fill.
I wait till I'm at Dan's house and then I open a bunch.
Has Dan sent you the bill yet?
Oh my gosh, I just made it to the bottom.
Yeah, where Oki asked me something in Japanese.
What a relief.
So I don't know those kanji, Oki, but I could read the hiragana if you would like. Korsen no something ni teru no wa cheap something. Oh God. Trainer Max says morning. He's awoken.
Trainer Max is up. That's when we know we're getting close to the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta have Max on for one of these. I've been wanting to do a a European stream. Did you see Max's video, like where he ate the shoes? And
He ate the shoes.
Yeah, it's this really funny video.
I didn't. I remember hearing about that, but I never watched the video.
Is there a place where I could just read up on rare cards? Bulbapedia is definitely where I would go. So what I would do is I would go to any sort of website that just like lists all of the promos or the sets. So like wherever you want, like Pokemon Price has a good list. Like there are a number that have a good list, and then I would just look up the sets, the releases, the specific promos on Bulbapedia and read about them. Now I do have to plug my Patreon. On my Patreon, I went over every single card in great detail, and I have a list of all of them, the amount that they are, the distribution, and links to a lot of the articles. Like I already have that. It's like the trophy card master list, based on the work of people like Mark and Lighted Bulbasaur and other people from E4. Definitely want to give them credit, and it's a list that I also built on and then transformed and added a bunch to and put prices into. But a lot of the work came from people over at E4 initially. So if you join the Patreon, you get that as part of it. It's $10 a month, as well as like lots of other things.
Yeah, it's a good spreadsheet.
But all of that info, a lot of it you can also just get free for sure on E4. You just have to like find it. And then Bulbapedia.
Yeah. Bulbapedia is a lifesaver. If we didn't have Bulbapedia, the hobby would be in a dark place. I'll say that much.
Honest question. Okay. From black and white up to and including XY, what are your favorite sets? Those are the sets that I've spent the least amount of time on. Okay. Black and white.
These are the sets I've spent the most amount of time on.
Emerging.
Plasma Storm. Emerging. I'm going to try to answer Manny seriously because he doesn't know much about these. Plasma Storm, fantastic. You have probably the two best chase set cards in the era. Like you have the Lugia, the best full art, the Lugia EX, the Plasma one, and then you have the Charizard gold secret rare, which I would say are the best secret rare and the best full art, in my opinion. Probably Plasma Storm. Legendary Treasures is an amazing set. And then XY, Ancient Origins. I really love Ancient Origins. More gold cards. Good diversity of Pokemon. Lots of legendaries. Yeah, just Lugia sets are great, honestly.
Those are good answers. Yeah, I like Ancient Origins quite a bit as well. I was always a little surprised at how cheap it was, and not very popular for a long time, and then all of a sudden took off.
Yep. Let me. I'm gonna grab a card.
Yeah. I pulled a big one on with Dan. We pulled forget which one we pulled. One of the secret rare Groudons, I believe. Let's see. Marty the Martian says, is it worth grading regular hollows since nobody really grades them? I guess I should wait for Colson too.
I was grabbing this card. This is why I love Ancient Origins. It's so I pulled this myself from Bandit Ring. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I pulled this one I pulled myself.
I just have a couple of mine out today. I'm gonna actually bring one. I was gonna sell one potentially at Denver.
Yeah, because it was like 2015 when I opened this out of the Bandit Ring box. It was like this was like the card of my collecting. Like this was the best card I had gotten from opening all that stuff when I was younger. And I graded it at the bulk tier with PSA and it hit the 10. So that was really fun. Yeah.
They're beautiful cards.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm with you. Fantastic. There are a lot of good cards from this set.
There are Lugia, Weather Trio, Giratina, Sceptile, blah 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 blah.
I'm looking forward to the Lugia alt art.
Yeah, I'm excited. Lugia is like a top 3 Pokemon for me, probably. I love Lugia. I just love legendaries, personally. Those are my favorites.
It's definitely top 3 for me.
Yeah.
I bought all of the legendary sitting cuties.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Completed. Well, I'm missing the Lugia. I'm missing because they're out, and I'm missing the Mew and the Mewtwo, and I'm missing Zapdos, Articuno, and eventually I'll put them up somewhere, probably over here off camera. But
you're gonna pay 4x on eBay for those.
Yeah, I could get them for like 27, and they're like 10.
Oh, not bad. Yeah.
I don't want to. I'm just gonna wait till hopefully they restock. Or
the city cutie market is stonks, I guess.
I'll still dance.
Oh god.
Yeah, it is stonk. Yeah, they're completely sold out.
I like Oki's question.
Let's see. What do you think of me self-proclaiming the ADV through our Gold Soul Silver era as the golden era of Japanese sets because every pack contains a holo?
I think that those sets have a lot to offer. They're like, they probably, like, when it comes to set composition and I think popularity, they are like what I think is the best outside of WotC, because they have the same holos, but then they add extra rarities like gold stars, EXs, level X's, shiny secret rares, whatever else, primes, legends. They added so much on to what WotC built. And there was just so many great artists in that era. So I mean, I wouldn't say it's like, personally, sure, to me and you, it might be the golden era, but to the hobby, the golden era will be WotC always, even with Japanese sets probably. But I don't know, a lot of like Japanese singles, and the ADV through Heart Gold Soul Silver era, like a lot of those 10s are much more expensive than we've seen like Neo Japanese 10s be at, and some other Japanese sets. Like a lot of those WotC Japanese sets are very cheap, and because they do have a lot of supply. So it'll be interesting to see how each of them do. Like I don't know.
I'm a big fan of the reverse holo baby shinies from that era. Those are in Japanese. They're some of my favorite cards, and
I love those. Yeah,
yeah,
they're rare too.
Actually, I have the only completed set in the world.
You have the Milotic too. Nice.
Yeah, the only one.
Me and Oki were just talking about that one because there's no unlimited in a 10 still, I believe. Crazy.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite sets. I actually bought them all together off of a guy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I spent I spent $5,000 on this lot. Wow. And it came with 23 gold stars.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, a crap ton of play promos, including like the good ones. It was back in the day.
Best buy ever.
It was. It's my best. Yeah, I had one other that was fairly similar, but that would have been the one you wanted, being a Japanese collector for sure. I also had a base set first edition buy, which I'm still getting 10s from all these years later.
Nice. Base set first edition buy, you're getting 10s?
Not holos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But still, they're still $500-$600.
Yeah, nice. Cards. That's awesome. Sick.
Yeah.
Oh, Oki said the first unlimited Milotic was graded last week. PSA 10 pop.
Oh, crazy.
Oh. Wow.
What do we think about the 3rd gen starters? They're okay.
I love them.
Yeah.
I think to me, like those were the first starters I grew up with, so they're my favorite.
Yeah.
So I'm just biased though.
Yeah. I mean, they're my third favorite.
Does it just go like that? Like first, yeah, because it just keeps getting worse as time goes on too. So
It's what I played. It's what I grew up with. Like I have a relationship with those starters, but not nearly as strong as the first gen. The first gen is by far and away like the strongest relationship I have with them. Like every single Pokemon in first gen, I love. There isn't a single Pokemon that I don't love from first gen.
You like Drowsy?
Love Drowsy. Love Drowsy. Love Diglett. Love Drowsy.
You love Oh.
Yeah, all the Pokemon that people hate, I love.
Krabby?
Krabby. Love Krabby. Every single Pokemon. You couldn't name a Pokemon that I don't love.
I'm trying, but you just said you love the weirdest. I want like Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime.
Mr. Mime is sick, dude. Mr. Mime's great.
Mr. Mime is sick.
Probably Zubat is my favorite. Because
I like Zubat.
He used to play in Mount Moon.
Yeah, Zubat's annoying.
Jinx is bad. Jinx is bad. No way you like Jinx.
Jinx is sick. Jinx is amazing.
Pinsir?
Mr. Mime is a weirdo. Yeah, for sure.
Pinsir is a weird.
But I like Mr. Mime. I love Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime was one of the first PSA 10s I got from Jungle, and I was so happy. I'll never sell it. It offered me $20,000 and I wouldn't sell it. That's a joke. I would definitely sell it.
Because then you just buy another one.
Or just not.
Yeah. Oh, so you really don't care that much about Mr. Mime. I see how it is.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Mime. I do love Mr. Mime. Okay, let's. I'm down to go for maybe like 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
And then maybe we'll call
Sounds
it.
Good.
A couple hundred loose modern packs that I've just been keeping sealed for long term. Does it make more sense financially to keep sealed for 5 years or just open for the hits?
Well, look at how other modern single packs have done in the last 5 years, knowing that there are less supply of those. I'd say that's safe to say that these Sword and Shield sets have a higher printing than some XY or Sun and Moon sets. I don't feel uncomfortable saying that. Looking at how many cards they printed last year and how much they'll probably print this year, like, well, some of those packs are like $10 to $15 max in 5 years. Like, is the upside that great that you would just hold on to that much money worth of packs for 5 years? I'm not sure, especially if they're just packs, because like I would rather a bunch of slabs with, $1,000 worth of modern packs than $1,000 worth of modern packs. So
yeah, I mean, I would sell the modern packs and then buy raw cards and wait till the price goes to $10 and then grade the raw cards. So I would sell the modern packs, then buy minty as mint as possible, alt arts or whatever for as good a price as you could, or the hits from those sets that you like, and then just wait till grading prices go to that, $8 to $12 and then grade. Definitely not open them for the hits. That's the worst thing to do. If that's what he was asking. In terms of financial, just sell the packs if you're going to do that. Like if you feel like you can't keep them sealed because you'll just open them, you should just sell all the packs. Now, selling individual packs like that, I don't know if they're blisters or, I honestly have no idea. I'm not in that market at all. I don't know what it would be like if you just tried to sell a lot of like random packs. I think you might get a lot of, particularly if you don't have like an eBay following or much of a trustworthy relationship. I think people would be pretty nervous to maybe buy a lot of random loose packs. But if they're blisters, then that's really good. The people love blisters, and
Mason said rip them.
Yep, good advice from Mason, who never opens anything or collects and just sells.
Non-collector Mason says rip them.
Mason, have you ever opened a pack for fun, even a single pack? I've never actually asked him that. For fun, have you ever opened a single pack? I bet he hasn't.
He said absolutely.
No, you haven't. Lies.
God. Yeah.
Jinx, do you love Jinx? Muck. Trainer in Muck. $1,000 Muck, baby. Jinx is the worst. Jinx looks literally ill.
Jinx looks like they're in pain. For sure.
Jinx is great. You guys are just jealous.
Jealous of Jinx.
Jinx has a bunch of cool. Jinx can use Ice Punch. There's a lot of cool things that Jinx can do. You guys just don't get it because they're not real Pokemon. Like I am. I'm a real Pokemon fan. You guys are just, pretenders. That's why.
Yeah. If you guys aren't Jinx fans, you probably won't be here in 5 years. Just letting you know.
The funny thing is, am I less or more of a fan because I like every Pokemon? Does that make me like I'm so not discernible that I'm not actually a fan? Like the fact that I enjoy all of them.
You just have no different opinion on each of the Pokemon. Just I like them. Yeah, we need a little bit more spice, Jake. We need Jake saying, "I hate this Pokemon." We need some controversy.
Okay, I don't really like Orbeetle. Okay, there you go.
That's your hot take?
He's a giant beetle. I don't like him that much.
And, I don't like Orbeetle.
And Alcremie is kind of weird.
So all the new Pokemon you don't like?
Just those two. There's a lot of new Pokemon.
Just those. I know. I'm
not an Orbeetle fan.
Okay. How about a Wiglet? What about Wiglet?
Wiglet's pretty cool.
You like Wiglet?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Baby shiny Wiglet.
Wiglet is cursed. Wiglet is super cursed. Oof.
No, I like Wiglet.
Yeah, make this a short. Pokemonomics Jake destroys Orbeetle collectors.
I just single-handedly destroyed the value of the beetle.
Orbeetle has 0 investability moving forward in a 10-year horizon. Yeah, Chevals brings up a good point. That's why I don't like Muck.
What does he say? Arvath and Ekin spelled backwards with Cobra and Snake. People are racking on Jinx, and I'm just making a small bet that Market Center will.
These things change all the time. That's the best Jake quote. These things change all the time.
They do change. How low can the unlimited base set booster box go? How low can it go?
I'm not paying $8,000. Jake can. Jake can hold up the market, not me. It'll get dark if I'm left to set the 4 on base set unlimited boxes.
I think if base set booster boxes get to $5,000 each.
That's pretty low.
The modern market will be in really bad shape.
Everything else is just struggling.
I think it's possible. But I think you're looking at like modern's in trouble, like the hobby shrunk quite a bit and things have like continued for a few years. That's like the scenario. I don't see it just like that's gonna drop down to 5,000.
It's like if every new Pokemon they make looks as bad as Wiglet, then we can see base set and limited boxes going to 5,000 for sure.
We'll see. Hopefully this gets clipped one day and like somehow like the alt art boxes are like 50,000 and the base set's like 5,000 because no one cares about old cards and no one cares about base set or any of this stuff anymore, and they just care about like these generations. I mean, anything's possible. It just would be super strange.
Yeah. Oh no.
What basic Pokemon would you want to see get an alt art?
I'm assuming they say basic as a non-evolved because every legendary is basic as well. So
That's why I was going to choose those.
They're cheating again. You're cheating again. Okay. I mean,
I was going to say Mew, but it already got that. I want another one.
You want a different one because that one is super mid.
It really is. It's really disappointing because I really like Mew.
Yeah, me too. I'll give it to. I want a Magby alt art.
Okay, I like Magby.
Yeah. Elekid, be dope.
Yeah, I like a lot of the babies. They're cool.
Yeah,
I love those cards from like Neogen and Discovery. I like own a ton because I just think they're cool. I actually think those are undervalued. I'm gonna say right now because it's the first time and the last time they ever did those baby cards like that. And
invest everyone.
Yeah, I think they're super cool and make me better.
They're fire.
Investing.
The Houndour from Neo Discovery, right? Yeah, that one's great.
That's the only one I don't own that. I don't have.
Oh, really?
I can never find it, and it's always so expensive, but it's sick. Yeah,
that's one of my favorite WotC arts for sure.
In Hollow.
Yeah.
I have some non-Hollow.
Yeah, Neo's good.
Yeah. What would I pick for this? Let's see. Diglett. Or Beetles. No, or Beetles. What is the beetle evolve it from? Which one? It's got
my god.
Some sort of other beetle, but I forget what it's called.
It looks like a yellow dome.
Yeah. A smaller beetle.
That's the one Pokemon I forget its name. I know like all the others. I'm a sham. Dottler. Blipbug.
Blipbug, that's the one.
Blipbug.
Yeah, I remember seeing that and being like, this thing sucks.
Yeah, spec on Blipbug Baby Shiny for sure. Good plan.
That's incorrect.
Oh, no.
New collectors don't care about base set. They're interested in modern. If your 10-year-old base set looks ancient, it's possible. Like anyone can do whatever they want. Clearly, I'm incorrect. I guess. Every other hobby doesn't follow that pattern. If you go out 20 or 30 or 40 years, but maybe this one will. I mean, I don't know.
New people don't need to. Also, one thing is like a ton of new people, like mass amounts of new people, don't need to like get into base set for it to have value and not drop 50%. That's another thing. Like people could also just keep spending and they could get richer as they're 20 years older now and they have their entire financial situation figured out. They're getting close to retirement. Like,
yeah, I mean, no kids care about baseball. Yeah. And certainly no kids care about Mickey Mantle, and one just sold 10 million.
Exactly.
It's
a 10-year-old doesn't affect the base set market in any way.
And very likely, any 10-year-old who becomes like a really high-end collector and has a lot of money will buy all of that. And although Coulson says he doesn't like this stuff, if he had enough money, he would probably own all of it in a PSA 10.
You think so?
I think so.
But where would I go first?
Yeah.
I'd have to be done with everything else first. Yeah.
But that's what happens when you have a ton.
Yeah. If I was rich, I mean, sure, I might throw in sprinkle in a little Watsy here and there. A little bit of low pop magic.
Like, and also like Alvin, like if this happens, that's completely fine. Like, I'm not like upset at that or angry at that. Like, if that happens, that would be interesting, and it's fine. I just like wouldn't bet on it.
I think it'd be pretty hilarious if Modern crushes it and Base Set just takes a dive.
Not just Modern, but like somehow Sword and Shield era.
Sword and Shield era.
It's like. That's what's so funny about the argument is like you realize like Modern is always going to change. So it's like so like every Modern set ever, so every set from here on out is going to be a set. Like I don't know.
Like nobody says XY when they're talking about Modern now, but I remember being there, and XY was the Modern, and now people look back on XY with a lot of like disdain and like ugly. Yeah. We need a Zangoose alt art.
Sure.
No, we don't. We don't need a Zangoose alt art.
Need is a strong word. It's alt art if it looked cool and it was cheap enough.
John Doe keeps saying buy Rebel Clash while it's cheap.
Okay.
I'm not. That set sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's not very good.
It's not very good.
Probably low printed though, so it's probably going to be expensive. That's
Did you
work?
Did you notice that the first like 8-ish sets of Sword and Shield followed an extremely similar pattern to Sun and Moon? Like the set composition, what Pokemon, the themes. I don't know if you ever noticed that, but that's something I want to talk about. Like it's crazy how they used legendary Pokemon set, first set, starters, the second set, Charizard, third set, and then instead of Crimson Invasion, they did Vivid Voltage, which they went crazy on, and then so that they wouldn't have another Crimson Invasion, and then you have extra content like DLC / sequel games as the next couple, and then it just keeps going with popular legendaries. Like,
halfway through they add an amazing rare in the slot.
Yeah.
That was an XY too with the breaks and other things.
Yep.
Prisms.
Very cyclical. Yeah. You can almost predict what the first Scarlet and Violet set is going to look like at this point.
Yeah. I mean, usually the base sets have been pretty on the plain side, but
yep.
But they've always had some key Pokemon, and then they always have the key Pokemon, obviously, of the era.
Yeah.
Which I think are still underrated. I mean, I'm amazed. I'm a big fan of Xerneas.
Me too. I love Xerneas.
And Xerneas, to me, one of the most underrated Pokemon of all time.
I agree.
But so hard to find. I try to get those Xerneas full arts. I want a ton of them.
They're so good.
They're so good. They're so good. Yeah.
So I remember XY base packs were even getting like.
Do you have any? I don't have any on Japanese or English.
I have a Japanese one at PSA right now that I'm sure is probably going to get a 10, which I'm going to just put in my closet and keep forever because it's so good. No, it's too cheap. Last time I checked, it was like
you're a dirty flipper. What's going on?
I am a dirty flipper, but I have to keep something. I have to keep something so I can still say I'm a collector, right?
Flipper,
because the Super Legend set in Japanese, it has the four Xerneas and Yveltal
on my desk. I'll trade you this.
Oh my god. Oof. Yeah. Get that away from me, please.
Fine. I'll trade you one good thing for it.
Oh, I'll trade you.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
How much does this go for?
300.
The Xerneas, I would think the Xerneas went for like 300. It doesn't.
So for a while, it was going for like a little over $100.
The Japanese one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really cheap, but I haven't checked in months.
It is much easier. It's really hard to get the English one, which is probably why it has such a high
Yeah.
rate.
Yeah.
I'm way more of an I'm more engaged on the English side of all those than I am on the Japanese.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Any last minute questions here?
4 hours. Holy shit. Y'all are troopers.
Should we bring Dan on for the next 4?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys. Thank you, Colson. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for taking the time. Go subscribe to Colson. Go join his Patreon. Buy from him. Send him free cards.
Yes, please.
What else should they do?
Let's chill. Let's chill together. Just DM me and we'll do some buyouts.
Yeah, she'll some Japanese nonsense. Whatever he's doing.
Yeah, Japanese garbage. Yeah, like black and white forwards, just garbage, right?
Garbage. For sure. Just garbage.
Trash. Yeah, absolute trash.
Oh, trash. Are you selling any mystery packs these days that we can show? Raffles.
I have a lot of Japanese N64 games on my eBay if you're interested. So if you guys want untested Japanese N64 games, hit my eBay. Well, I'm lowest listed, of course. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for hanging out. We appreciate you all. And again, sorry I haven't been making more videos. I'm going to try to do more. And what else do I have going on? I have, if you're in the East Coast area, this Sunday. Which day? I think it's Saturday. Hold on, let me look it up.
Oh no, Jake.
It's Saturday. Yes, Saturday. I'm going to be doing a trade night with a bunch of people at Let's Play in Hooksett, New Hampshire from 1 to 7, I think. So come to that. Manny says he's coming. I'm sick. That's awesome. Yeah, I think we're expecting hopefully a decent turnout. So it should be really fun. And some cool cards. I'm going to bring some fun cards and some fun stuff to open and hang out. And Denver, which Colson will also be at, is going to be great. There's going to be a ton of us there, so we're going to have a lot of fun. When are you getting in, Colson?
So I have to do it a little early. Like I'm getting in Friday night because I have class on Friday, and then I'm leaving Monday morning because I have class on Monday.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of screwed, but I wanted to make it happen.
Yeah. No, it's like that you're gonna come.
Yeah.
It'll be worth it. Yeah. I think it's definitely the best one to come this year. And
agreed. Apex of the hobby.
I liked one of the comments tonight that said, if all of us are trying to sell, who's gonna buy? It's going to be a really sad convention. None of us are going to sell anything.
I'll trade. I'll bring some cards. Let's get some trades going.
Yeah. I'm gonna. I'll bring some Japanese because I know you guys like Japanese, and
yeah, bring some baby shinies too for sure.
Try to push that on you. I'll try to do some baby shinies, but none of my Japanese baby shinies. Those are undervalued. I have a ton of shiny GX baby shinies. That's where most of mine are Japanese. They are super undervalued. I'm sorry.
Those are way better than the English trash.
It's amazing. The shiny GX was pretty low printed. It's a super expensive box, and you only pull like 1 or 2 baby shinies per box, and the box costs you a lot of money. They're undervalued. I'm sorry. But I'm
Invest.
I'm gonna be
Invest.
I'm gonna be extremely rich. I'm gonna make $2,000, and then it's gonna be life-changing money.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna plow that $2,000 into Star Wars.
And then more rainbows.
Yeah. So buy Star Wars cards is what I'm trying to say. Leave the Pokemon hobby and get into Star Wars.
Buy Weiss as well. Weiss. Yep.
Weiss is fine. Weiss. I own some Weiss, so it's okay. You could buy some Weiss, but only some.
Always so. Oh god.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have that much Weiss, but some's okay. Thrifty wants me to buy her raw baby shinies. You're not going to like my price. I will buy. I will buy them, but I love the price point that I put on them.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to sell to Jake. I feel like Jake's probably the worst buyer ever. He gives you like 50% market.
I did buy off some guy. 2 people sold their baby shinies to me for like $10 a slab, and those people did well because those slabs are like $12 now, and I like just
Queen them out.
It was someone who like was a watcher of the channel, and I just did it, even though I was like, and he gouged me for an extra $1 too. Well,
You wanted 9. That's funny.
Yeah, I'd probably give you like 50 cents a baby shiny, to be honest with you, and that's only some not even 50 cents, so it's not great.
Just bring 2 quarters and give it to Thrifty, and she'll give you a baby shiny for sure.
Yeah. That's what they were. That's what I was able to get a lot of them for that on the when they had the 20% off 20% off of TCG Player.
Nice. Oh yes, baby shinies, best investment you could make.
Yeah, I think it's funny because I literally talked about, like, the only reason I ever talked about baby shinies was because at the time, first of all, baby shinies is the tiniest thing I'm doing. Like, I felt like overblown is like my core investment strategy.
It's because it was the one thing you didn't want to shill and talk about, so you picked baby shinies because you weren't gonna have any effect on that market.
Exactly. Thank you, Colson. You understand. It was because it was the one thing I could talk about and it wouldn't impact it. And people were saying how I like never talked about anything super cheap that anyone could do, and that was something that like anybody could do.
Yep. It was for the hobby.
Yeah. I would not buy baby shinies. There's some free investment. I would not go on TCG Player and buy a bunch of baby shinies right now.
You just crushed everybody who spent 10 grand on baby shinies after you did your market signaling, Jake. Come on. You just crushed it.
I would, however, buy lots of Star Wars cards. That's right.
Yes. The Star Wars that Jake is speaking of.
That I'm shilling.
Yeah.
Let's see if I have any to shill.
Give me like an Ewok and I'll be happy.
Little Grogu.
Oh my god. Grogu in the SGC slot.
Oh, Grogu.
I need a Ewok. The Ewoks are obviously the most investable. Is that Anakin?
No, come on, man. It's not Anakin.
I couldn't see it, dude.
I'm just joking.
Oh, it's Anakin. Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't Anakin.
Was it Obi-Wan?
This guy. Here's an autograph.
Auto Jar Jar. No.
It's hilarious.
What are you doing?
I'm going with my heart. I'm going
Yeah.
with Colson. So
Jar Jar out of 50 is going to the moon. Mark my words.
This isn't out of 50. Come on. I wouldn't buy something out of 50. That's way too high. It's out of 20.
Oh, it's out of 20.
This Grogu, what do you think this is out of? You don't even know. You don't even want to guess.
75.
10.
Out of 10 Grogu. Wow.
And it's the one.
Wow. That is pop culture history, Jake.
You can't even put a price on it.
That's history.
You know what's insane? Is that now my camera's out of focus. Whatever, we're about to end anyway. Perfect. Is that those cards in Marvel, like out of like the newest set, and out of, first of all, they don't like an out of 10, which is like a green PMG in Marvel of Grogu's be second or third most expensive character. So we'd probably put him at like Wolverine level. Would go a green PMG like Wolverine would probably be like $15,000.
Are you gonna tell us about Grogu?
No, I'm not gonna tell you. Let me just tell you that it's a lot less. Like,
yeah,
it costs not that much more than the slab.
Yep, you're gonna crush it. Yep.
It's not the rookie Grogu, unfortunately.
Oh,
The thing with Star Wars, in all seriousness, the thing with Star Wars is that there may only be a limited fan base and interest in stuff that is not like hand-drawn art. When you have like the movie characters, there's only some people who like that. Whereas like the Marvel stuff is all like hand-drawn, really cool comic book art stuff. So I get the appeal.
Yeah, like I don't even like Star Wars like too much. I grew up with it a lot, but
yeah,
I would maybe collect some Galaxy because some of those arts are amazing. But like that Grogu would probably be the, worst way I could spend my personal money ever. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing.
The good news is like no, it's fine. The good news is that these cards are these are all personal collection goals.
Yeah, no, I was talking my personal collection. Like that would not help my personal collection at all.
Yeah, I think with this stuff that it's nobody is shilling it. And I'm not going to shill it because I'm just not willing to shill anything. But I will say that like I like it, but I don't think it's for everyone, and you should never buy anything that you don't like.
Yep.
Mason says
facts.
The end stream button.
Yeah, Mason's tired of it.
Okay. Let's end it there. AP Sportscar says I need Star Wars advice, Mason. Buy Masterwork, Topps and Topps Finest. And some Topps Chrome. And a little bit of Galaxy, maybe. What is your advice?
Buy it all. It's going to the moon.
That's one of them, man.
Yep, everything.
Yeah. That's a good point. I wish I had
That's a really nuanced opinion.
I'd buy a lot more of it if I had more money. But
Yeah.
okay. Good night, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Subscribe to my channel and
Yes.
share the video. Share the video. Subscribe.
Mhm.
We're going to be doing a giveaway. I'm
Now?
I'm giving away. You have to comment below. You have to be subscribed. You have to like.
Okay.
You have to comment below. And you have to be subscribed to Colson too. And Colson is giving away his Rayquaza.
Yeah. 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 Definitely.
You want to you want them to say anything specific to win it?
Say invest in Sceptile, and that will give you my Rayquaza if you type that in the comment section.
Okay.
I'll just buy a bunch of them. I'll buy the whole 10 pop, and you can all have one.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Good night, all.
Good night, everyone.